to give out to the community and all that good stuff, because we are getting full versions of the game to give out. Where did you go? Oh yeah, it was this one. Right. So we're picking up where we left off. So you can see here, we're not running hardly anything in the way of mods. We got these 2 official mod packs. This is the one that this is the whole reason the dare drop thing is going on right here, is this Nexat thing, which is an amazing abomination of a vehicle that could do everything, but, you know, it'll take your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mortgage to pay for it. That just lets you paint your vehicles, and then universal autoloader, because we are going to be doing production lines, and I don't feel like playing pallet loading, you know, pallet jack simulator. Let's see, an 80 Civics with 200,000 miles. At that point, you're paying the dealership to take the trade-in. Well, I can't speak for other places, but here in Florida, it's a very common thing at the dealership, and it's just an excuse to do a sale. That basically what they'll do is they'll be like, if you can tow it, you can bring it in, you can whatever, you bring us a car, we'll give you $5,000 off a brand new car, as long as it's, you know, meets these criteria or whatever. Basically, they're giving you, it's like a 10% sale or whatever of the car's value, if that. You just gotta drag in a car there. A lot of times, yeah, most of the cars they get, they do literally just junk the car because it's just not worth it. Yeah, the push-pull or drag promotion. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Almost all the dealers will give you something, because it still does have value for, if nothing else, scrap. Which isn't that much money, but still. Alright, but yeah, so to pick up where we left off, so this is a new run we started yesterday. And we are trying to do those objectives over there on the side. Technically, there is one more objective I have over there, but it's earn $1 million, so if I earn $1 million using production chains, I've earned $1 million. Earning $1 million in one specific way includes earning $1 million in general money. Let me go ahead and get my music going. So where we left off is a good question. Right. So we spent the last of our money to get a greenhouse going. So my ongoing money makers is I've got the greenhouse going. That way, no matter what happens, I always have at least a little bit of somewhat passive income. Like, I gotta top off the water, but lazy. I do have the sawmill. It's still running for the moment. That this tile used to have not a bunch of trees, but a couple of trees on it. So we went ahead and put them, you know, got the sawmill, loaded it up. I don't know if the sawmill will end up paying for itself, but I plan on keeping it, and we can just deal with all that. We can make about $6,000 more cultivating, which I think would be worth us doing. I have a cultivator. And we're at that early game where every dollar counts. We did go through, and as far as the dare drops go, yesterday, we did collect all of the collectibles on the map. So I got, what was it, like I think the achievement's actually called, like, Fruity Tooty or something like that. But it's the collect all... No, it's the Legacy of the Golden Apple. There was a different one that was, like, Fruity Tooty or whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, we did collect all the things. That was a nice influx. I am allowed to take loans and leases. Normally, when I do my challenge runs, I don't allow myself to do that. But we're not doing challenge runs right now. What we're doing is trying to earn a bunch of keys for the community. I do own this field in front of me. I am planning to try and have things in place so I could plant oats there. But the objectives we have that I need to do is using production chains. I need to make $1 million from the production chains themselves. I don't really know the best way for us to check how we do that. I really don't know what they're expecting me to clip to say I did it, but we'll figure that out when we get there. We need to have 20 of every animal, and we need to use all the Nexat equipment. All the Nexat equipment is going to be the primary pain point that we're going to run into. Because the Nexat equipment is, oh my god, expensive. Alright, meanwhile, I'm going to let the AI take care of that for a minute, because the AI will be able to do that. Yeah, so we can go ahead and check out some things. Yeah, so we are playing the Sri Lanka map, and that was because the collecting thing we needed to do on this map. Yeah, so we've got the cultivating. I don't think any of these are contracts we care about, because I'm not going to do plowing. Even though it does pay well, it's such a slow process, I'm better off just fast-forwarding time. We don't have any money to do the other stuff. You can see we just got the mushroom farm on. I'm just directly selling and kind of treating that as I just have to refill this thing and money comes out. Yeah, so it was for the oats is March. I'm already realizing. I'll just take over this. Because realistically with this, I can do it faster than the AI can just because the AI doesn't care about time efficiency or anything. It just tries to do it in a very formulaic way. Whereas we can kind of freeform a little just to go faster. Maybe not as elegant, but faster. And then on top of that. So the goal here is to make ourselves a couple $1,000s. We did take a little bit of a loan at the end of yesterday's stream to buy the water trailer. Those who've seen my challenge runs, I normally don't allow myself to take loans or leases. You know, not counting contract leases because some of them you're kind of obligated to because you'll be like, I have a weeder. And I'll be like, but it's the wrong kind. But, we'll also want to end up taking those loans and all that to just, when it comes time to do the next ad equipment, I'll be taking a loan. Yeah, so we're gonna try and knock out these fields for a quick, like, 6,000 bucks. But the hope here is that by the time we get to March, that I'll be able to just... It'd be nice to be able to just straight up buy the seeder. If I can't buy the seeder, that's fine too. I could still just lease it to get the oats going. The goal is to lease as little equipment as possible for purposes of running my own fields, just because it really only takes like 1 or 2 or 3 leases to completely consume your entire profit. Like, genuinely speaking, if you're growing, for example, wheat and it's not a huge field, because the size of your field would be a big thing, so say you have like a fairly small field, if you take the time to lease all of the equipment to actually grow the wheat, you'll usually lose money in the process. So it's just a thing to be aware of. Speaking of which, let's see. There was some other things I wanted to check here. Now, another thing we can do is as we want to start expanding the farm, to like get more property, grow more things, usually one of the dirty tricks you can do is when it comes to the day that you're harvesting whatever crop you're planning on growing, or like have equipment to grow, I should say, is to literally just look for which fields are ready to harvest of that crop and just buy those up. Because then, you know, say you drop 120,000 on the field, and then you make 30, 40,000 back on that harvest. So you effectively got the field at like a 30% discount. And then it's already ready to rock and roll. Alright, so we're doing the hedgerows. And then after this, it should be just one more hedgerow and then the back and forth. It'll be interesting. I think with the next ad equipment, it'll actually work out well. Like, if I take these 6 fields here, for example, that are immediately around me, we can combine those all into one, like, giant field. And I believe if we go north and south on it, I'll have enough room to drive the next ad around, because when I say it's got a bad turn radius, it does, like, the wheels on the outside will stay stationary, like, it'll literally pivot around that area. But because the thing is, like, 40 meters wide, or whatever ridiculous amount it is, it has a 40-meter arc that you have to clear the side of the field if you want to turn it around there. So it's really, really not friendly to an area that has anything remotely near the edges of the field. Which to me is kind of its biggest drawback, is like, one, it's absurdly expensive. So if we look in here real fast, just checking our sales, nothing we care about. If we look in here, the equipment I've got to test as one of our objectives, that I got to use it all, is this monstrosity here. which is effectively the tractor component of this whole thing. And it's almost 700,000. And then it's various equipment, which all of them run in the 150, 200, 300,000 price range. But that one piece of equipment can do basically everything your farm needs. That's kind of its whole thing. Like, it can spray, cultivate, seed, plant, harvest, weed, harrow. It can do the disc harrows as well. There's like one or two other things it could do. Like, it could do pretty much everything. And then my understanding from what I was hearing, talking to Ultrasaurus and Robo-Milker, who both farm in like real life, that kind of the big benefit of that machine is because it's so wide and it has like the big heavy wheels on the outside, that you can get better utilization of your farm. Because like, as you can see here, I'm driving over the stuff. I'm gonna turn up the area. There's gonna be like edges we have to worry about. That what these machines do is they kind of sacrifice that outer edge that the wheels go on, that they can't grow on, because the machine is so heavy, it's literally going to kill anything you grow on the tracks that the wheels go down. But on the overall, it's less surface area you're driving those wheels over that you're destroying the crop, because it is so absurdly wide. To me, it looks like someone took like the strip style laminator where you sit on your desk and you put your paper through and it comes out laminated. It looks like a freaking laminator to me when you have it deployed. It's just a laminator that drives over a field, and instead of covering it with plastic, does whatever you've got equipped to do. It's cool. It's very end game, because it's, my god, expensive. And you're going to need a real big farm to justify it, where you wouldn't be able to do it way more cost effectively with basically literally anything else. But it is kind of cool, the idea that you have like your one tractor that does it all. And weirdly, I could see, like, if you got to like super late game, you could just have all your different headers sitting around and have like 2 or 3 of those things, and then just have them all just like running on the autopilot. I have no idea how good the AI does. We should probably test that. Because of the vehicles with radius, I think the only thing that have a comparable width to those things is when you have the sprayer fully deployed. I think the big sprayers fully deployed would be a similar width. I'm also curious to see, like, when you tell the AI to travel with it, how well it does. From the top down, it looks like a boss from one of those top-down... Oh, yeah. The game where you have, like, your little plane and you go back and forth and you pick up a power-up, and then now you have, like, split shot, and you pick up another power-up and it shoots faster, or it shoots lasers, or you get little Sidewinder missiles or whatever. And you're, like, one of those bosses where you approach and suddenly the enemies stop going. It just puts, like, a less, exclamation mark. It's like, danger, danger, and then the big boss comes down. I can see that. It is really hard to get a feel for the headers on the Nexat of which ways forward and back, and you can tell that was a problem they ran into, probably with playtesting it and everything, because it's the only equipment that I've seen that you pull up to it, and it draws these red or green lines to basically let you know if you're oriented correctly or not. Whereas nothing else in the game I've seen does that. But it is because you literally drive this thing over top of it, and then you lower down to pick up the thing, and then pick it back up. And it's really hard to make out forward and backward on the headers versus, all the other ones have like, that attachment point. But because it's from above, it's very unclear which way is forward and back. So that'll be a couple thousand there. Once I get these contracts done, we'll advance the month. Try to keep planning to get more going. I was I was kind of, even though it'd be strategically a terrible idea, I was kind of, hoping I could somehow make getting the Nexat right at the beginning to work, with just any of its headers, whereas the cultivator or whatever, and then using the contracts to buy all of the pieces of equipment for the Nexat to then be able to grow stuff with it. I just, with how much it costs, I don't see a way you can do that, though, unfortunately. Like, just to get any, just to get any of the equipment, like the Nexat plus any of the headers, you're already pushing nearly $1 million. And I could probably get enough loans to make it up to like 600,000 or some nonsense. Between the loans and all that. With the collectibles, I probably could have pushed for 700,000. But even then, that'd be with the loans. And I can't remember how much it cost you an in-game month to have your maxed out loans. It's a decent chunk. Because I remember I wanted to do something along the line of the Survivor Man challenge, except instead of starting you with a bunch of starting equipment, like just not a bunch, but the minimum starting equipment you needed to get going, and a piece of land, I wanted to not give you those freebies that you in theory bought the land, so you started at like $0, and then it took out all the loans to get the basic equipment, and then you just weren't allowed to take a loan after that. But it was one of those things with how low your earning potential was at the beginning. You would sit there and work on it, and you're like, I'm doing all this work, and you know, it was costing something like $20,000 a month worth of interest, which in Farm Sim does not. Your loan payments, if you're just paying, like, it just goes to interest. It doesn't go to principal. So you have to make extra payments. I think they are a minimum of $5,000 each. That I kind of realized is like, oh, it's actually really, like, very genuinely, you might fully clear the entire first section of land you buy of all of its wood, and even if you sell it at peak and all that, you literally might run into a situation where you've run out of trees and you've run out of things you could do on your land and still have debt you can't pay off. And then if you even went and you're clever and instead of paying it down, you very quickly ramped up a bunch of money and got the stuff so that when you run out of trees to cut down, you can go into the doing grass or whatever, that the amount of money you would make per month might be less than the interest cost. And you're like, oh, so literally there is no escaping the debt. I figured out ways I could make it work. Not all of them were particularly satisfactory so far as fun and interesting, which is why I never followed that challenge farther, like to make content. Because a lot of it ended up being, you know, abusing mechanics that you could effectively make money from minimal cost. Again, greenhouses, setting up power generation. Because the whole goal was to like overcome the interest so that you could just operate. Ultimately, it was like, yeah, no, it's better off just to like plain old Survivor Man. Because it was certainly more challenging, but it was more challenging in the this is going to drag on. But as far as gameplay-wise, literally nothing changes. That you're just going to do the exact same thing you'd normally do, but longer. Challenging your sleep cycle? Yeah. Alright. And also, like, normally I run on the hard economy settings, we're on normal because that was the requirements for the dare drop. I don't think that'd be like, we said normal and you went onto hard, we're not counting. I don't think they'd have a grief. They'd be like, okay, we just didn't want you to be on easy and just go through it in, like, no time at all. But still. Making sure to adhere to the rules. But it would be good if we can get ourselves a relatively inexpensive silo. We can grow the oats, get that set up. Then what I might even do is I might, at that point, if we can get the money for the largest chicken coop, that should give us enough grains to support the chickens, which will slow down our money right now because I'll have to like slowly build up the chicken population since I'm not going to buy 1 billion chickens and, you know, bankrupt ourselves. And then use them to start making the eggs. And then with the eggs, like that ends up being a thing we can make money. I know eventually using the chickens as part of the production lines kind of thing will make us more money than just the straight up oats or wheat or whatever. I do believe the turning the wheat into flour into bread is more lucrative than just the straight up chickens. But we can do both. Because the next ad does a lot of different types of crops, but not everything. I did catch myself off guard that I was surprised when I looked at it first, because like, holy crap, this does like peas and all that? How does that happen? And it was I looked at the seeder and the planter, not the harvester. Making the dough literally? Yup. You make the dough using the dough. Alright, and our last field is 60, which is southwest. And I'm going to try to not just do contract after contract after contract. Right now, we're at kind of this early phase of the game that we're really lacking in resources. Contracts are a way to help get something happening. But as we're building stuff like these greenhouses and these other things that are, you plunk it down, you feed it water, and money comes out. As we do more and more in that, I can spend less time just grinding out contracts. And then when we advance the day, we just get a little bit of money. There's pros and cons of that from the content side of things. Like, obviously, if we just toss down a whole bunch of solar panels, it's the way you get the money the fastest. Just giant windmills and solar panels and stuff like that. But then the downside is, it's not very fun to just watch someone fast forward the game. They're not going to abuse that too much. I might do a little bit. It is interesting to think, though, with like the next at, I'd be able to do this in 2 passes. This whole thing here, easily 2 passes. And it actually goes pretty fast. I want to say the cultivating speed on the next at was, I think, 11 miles an hour. So not a lot faster than this, but a good, like, 10%. Actually, almost 20%. Which is not nothing. I kind of wonder, because I haven't played this map enough, I kind of wonder when we buy the plots of land, I could actually check when we turn around to go this way, not that way. Part of me wonders if we would be able to fill in this little crevice here in the middle, like if I bought the fields on either side, or if that's not part of the field, to again make this whole area into just one giant field. I'm just doing it this way. So if we were to look at the fields here. Oh, no, that looks like we'd be able to do it. Because if we look, that overlaps there just a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like I'd be able to buy all of these fields here. And make all the way probably down to where the soccer field is. Because I can't buy that land. So I could buy all of this, and I could make that all into one giant field. Technically, I could probably bring it over here, but I'd have to look at what the terrain is. So that's cool. Because that's what I think we're going to need to do to get the value out of the next set, is I'll just have to take some of these bigger areas, and as we buy them, just take a plow like right through the middle of that to make it more of a field. So that I can just use how ridiculously large the next set is. and just take full advantage of it. Because doing these tiny little fields is going to be a waste. Like, it'll just be too big and cumbersome that... Like, I will not be able to turn around on the ends of the field here. This is just too close to the edge. I mean, it's practically too close to the edge for me to even do it with the stuff I've got now. We'd have to be a lot more careful about doing proper hedgerows not. Versus going down that whole way and, like, making a line the whole way there. Yeah, I might have to worry about the ends, but at least it's just the ends. The other thing it looks like the next ad also had a problem is because of how long it is, and it's not that elevated when you got the tools and all that on it. Lots of concerns about driving over bumpy terrain and beaching the middle of the middle of your equipment on just a high, like, where you have, like, the railroad track kind of bump. You've seen vehicles like lowriders get up onto a railroad track and then none of the wheels are touching, so they have to, like, bounce up and down in the trunk to get the wheels to get traction to get over it. It feels like it'd be one of those things. So, like, the snow runner problem where you get in the mud and it just, as the vehicle lowers it, eventually just sitting on the mud on the bed of it, or, like, the bottom of the vehicle. So your tires can barely get any traction on anything as your tires just or your truck's just sitting on the mud. I feel like that's going to be another major drawback of that vehicle. I had people mention that Riverbend, apparently that's a real big problem with Riverbend, is as lots of places like that, there's lots of rough elevation going around there that things like the Nexat struggles with. This map, it doesn't look like it's going to have a problem. It's more... Like, this is more like general, like, sweeping kind of hills. I don't think will be that big of an issue. And I don't think the East Asian map is going to be too bad. Because the only place I can think in the East Asian map that'd be really bad is there was, like, a village up in the mountainside to the northwest, but you don't have fields up there. It's like forest, so the Nexat would have no reason to be up there. And then the only other place that comes to mind is, like, the warehouse and temple, which, again, you deliver stuff there. The texture loaded is really ruining the immersion. Yeah, that's always been a thing. Like, you can do stuff to extend it a little. I've never been able to get it to go super far. But yeah, that's always been a thing. That they have, like, really, really nice high-end textures when you get close. But it drops off pretty steep. And to be fair, I think if it loaded in on the really high versions of the texture from farther away, I think the game would run like garbage. Not because of anything wrong with the game, but you are talking some pretty nice textures. But yeah, it's been, that's one that's been brought up a number of times. Hey, Darium and Wifey, how's it going? Yeah, I don't think we were able to... One complaint to actually have about this game is a lot of your, foliage draw distance. Train draw distance. So I might end up regretting that. Yeah, so that didn't do anything that we could see right now. Some of that stuff I imagine you have to reload. Hey, the Ints. How's it going? I'm having a good day so far. I think that did extend it, but not as far as I was hoping. Computer explodes. Yeah, what was the game? Oh, it was Stellaris. That people were talking about, like, different ways they play Stellaris. And a lot of the people talking about how they played Stellaris, people were like, how do you do that? Because building really wide empires in Stellaris can really murder the performance of the game. I haven't played in a long time, but remember that was a whole big thing on its own. Alright, so we're not going to worry about the contracts right now because I'm not going to plow wood. Also, drag this stuff back home, and they'll be ready to advance the day again. Because March is when we want to be planting by. So we can get our oats in the ground. Because oats have one of the fastest grow times. And I believe, if I remember correctly, oats lines up perfectly so when you plant oats and then you harvest oats, that you can turn around and then plant wheat right afterwards. The downside is it doesn't go the other way. Like you harvest wheat after you would need to plant the oats. Oh, you won a 2-point museum? Nice. I see when you're saying you won as in you beat the game, not as in you won as in you got a hold of it for free. Cause yeah, I could see that because I'm sitting at around 4 stars on one of my museums. So people who jumped in right at the beginning, I'd imagine there's gonna be people wrapping that up. Because I sure know I could play more hours if I played it off stream. You got a free key. Nice. I hope you have a good time with it. It's a really good game. I've been having a lot of fun with 2-Point Museum. Like I said at the beginning of stream, out of the Tycoon-style games that have come out in the past couple years, it's definitely one of the ones that's landed the best with me, where I'm like, oh yeah, that's a really good game. Fanatical? I don't know what that is, but still, really cool. It's always fun to get It's always really fun to get free keys for stuff. Alright, so with that, we did the contracts I'm going to do today. Oh yeah, no, 2-Point has a really good sense of humor. Alright. So we got our 6,000-ish bucks from the contracts. So that had us about 8,000 or something like that. Key seller, but an official one? Gotcha. Yeah, so you're making a good chunk of change now. The big thing I want to watch is the sawmill here. When it runs out of material, I don't remember if it still starts charging you if it has anything to do anything, or if it does shut down on its own. Alright, so you still got some wood left in you, not a lot. We've got one cultivating job way out there. Sales-wise, nothing I care about right now. We can check our production lines. Alright, so it's burning through about 700 liters of water a day. Let's just call it an even 1,000. So I should need to top it off twice a year. I'm going to probably just straight up ignore that cultivation contract. The other thing we can do is let's look at our loans. Because we did borrow just a little bit. Let's repay back our loan. Because as you can see from here, where's our interest payment? That's like 33 bucks? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right at all. That loan should be way higher than that. Maybe it's because I took out the money... Oh, I bet you it's because I took out the money near the end of yesterday. We didn't do like a full loan payment. That's fine. Alright, so let's advance the month again. And I'll just plan, if I have to lease the cedar. Because that's also the time of year you don't really get that many contracts. It's mostly dead wood and break stones and stuff like that because it's the winter. Nothing's getting planted. Nothing's getting harvested. So you're very limited. You get like wood transport. You get very, very limited contracts. And they did nerf stuff like the wood transport contracts because they were easy money. Yeah, we're making almost 9,000 bucks on that stuff. All right. So again, nothing I want here. There's a good chance this sawmill is probably just about out of wood. And like I said, I'm going to deactivate it. I don't think it'll still charge us anything for it. But that's fine. And let's double check our production lines. Yeah. So it's about 1,000 a day. Let's check our contracts. Ooh. Okay. 9,000's a pretty... How many... So you're 8 acres. I mean, that's a decent chunk of change. All right. These two are relatively close to each other. The other one, if I'm not mistaken, that's 27, 28. Yeah, 27, 28 are down there. So yeah, they're just north-south of each other. Yeah, let's knock that one out, because that's $12,000. That could very well be enough that I'll be able to... I'll probably not be able to buy a cedar. But I'll certainly be able to lease a cedar and not have it be that big a deal. Or we lease the cedar, that kind of thing. But again, try to go after expanding our like more passive forms of money making. Cause yeah, making a cool 12,000 real fast. That's not something to be upset about. Alright. And part of the reason I'm watching these sales, if I could snag these, that'll help us a lot. But other good news is right now we don't have any debt whatsoever. Yeah, so we're making about 9,000, 7, 8, 9,000 from the greenhouse. Sorry, the greenhouse plus the lumber mill. So a chunk of that is going to drop off here soon once we stop having wood for the lumber mill. But it'd be probably pretty good to try and get ourselves a hold of a harvester as early as we can to try and deal with all that. Well, that's going to be annoying. That has been one major benefit of the guidelines, is when it's snowing where it fills in the snow like it's doing right now. It does help you see, like, where you still need to work. Versus, like, as you can imagine, this stripe is fine, but you go back anywhere and it's still a problem. And this field is going to take us a hot minute because it is a pretty big field. That was, for just cultivating, that's a real big chunk of change. It'll almost double our current money. Which can be important just in case we get to next month. And say the Nexat main piece of equipment comes up half off. Like, I'll take the loans to buy it. Because that's just going to be necessary. Like, I'm going to have to buy it at some point for what we want to do. Okay. Because then with that, a lot of the tools don't end up being that much more expensive than the endgame tools. It puts you in that weird position where you can be like, okay, you know, stop buying our random, like, cultivators and sprayers and all these kind of garbage. We get that main piece of equipment, and then since we own it, we're not paying leases on it or anything, we would turn around and go, okay, well, I can then, you know, cultivate a bunch of fields using the cultivator header to buy the seeder header, and then I can seed a bunch of fields, and then we can use that to buy the harvester or the sprayer or whatever, and I can do a bunch of fields. And our opportunity to make money goes there. And considering how fast that thing moves, you know, when it comes to actually doing the jobs, that would be a potentially viable way to go with that. The thing I'm still creating, and we could probably check it while we're doing this, is the harvester. I don't think it had an internal capacity. So I do think the harvester on the Nexat stuff, I do think it might be the style of harvester that just dumps stuff on the ground. For the harvester work, it needs a suitable header. This module is mounted on a dedicated carrier for additional work. Okay, so there is storage. Okay, so you get this thing. It's got 32,000 liters of storage. I'll have to compare that with like one of the other harvesters because I just don't know off the top of my head what's a good capacity for a harvester. It feels like 32,000 liters is a pretty solid storage. Not a giant storage, but like your pretty standard harvester kind of storage. Like I want to say the big ones I think have considerably more. But I'm trying to go off memory here, which is highly suspect. But that also means to like get what I need to set up the harvester and all that costs that much more. Yeah, so it was 32,000. So if we were to grab like your just regular old harvester. Oh, 32,000. That 32,000 literally makes it the largest. Okay. I am just sadly wrong. 32,000 liter is gargantuan. It was 32,000, right? Yeah, no, 32,000. So it's literally the largest storage for these types of crops. That's interesting. Surprisingly limited to only 7 miles per hour, which is relatively slow. You have the sprayer. Oh, you also have the hose. Planters. Seeder. Harrower. That is the tank for the fertilizer and the seeds. Cultivator, slurry tanks, which I've never really used slurry in the game. All right, so that's actually pretty cool. Because if you looked at some of the earlier ones, I think the largest of the largest capacity harvesters I saw were somewhere in the area of like 10,000 liters. Let's see. It still occurs to me that the major demographic that plays Farming Simulator is farmers, and there's a competitive Farmer Simulator League that competes at farming conventions. It's kind of like, apparently they really like their job. Well, yeah, I think the big thing here is that games like Farming Simulator let them do the fun part of the job without all, like, the negatives, or I shouldn't say negatives, the less fun parts of the job. You know, farming can be backbreaking labor. The smells can be very strong. Things can be very disgusting. There's a lot of paperwork, a lot of these different checks you have to do. There's a lot of just, you know, poking things in the soil, you know, getting your readings, making sure everything's the way it ought to be. Yeah, there's never a day off with livestock and all that. You have so many things outside your control, like how hot it is, how cold it is. You know, how much rain you get, how much rain you don't get, like the various ebbs and flows and all that with a bunch of different things, sickness, all these kind of things that as a farmer kind of happen to you, and you can do stuff to mitigate and better protect yourself and insure stuff and yada yada. But ultimately, if you have a year that the weather just sucks, it's, you know, it hurts you. There's just lots and lots of paperwork you got to do to show that, you know, when you're doing all these processes, that you did the things you're required to do, that everything was, you know, sound with the quality and all that, and, you know, you've done everything you're required by law to make sure your food is not, like, to make sure it's safe. But, like, the fact that we don't have constant major health catastrophes from, like, food cross-contamination and improper handling and all that is a testament to how well so many of these things actually run. But a lot of that is really unfun parts of the job versus just going out there and working a heckin' farm without all that stuff is a lot better. And then also when you consider, like, you know, people go, oh man, it takes you so long to do a field in Farm Sim. And it'll take you 15, 20 minutes or something like that, depending on the size of your field equipment. And then you compare it to real life, you're like, oh, hey, in real life, doing that many acres with that field is something you're working at for almost the entire day or multiple days, and with support staff and everything. So it just kind of does it. It's the same thing with like American Truck Simulator, that people are like, why would you play working? And you're like, yeah, actual trucking, you know, driving from San Francisco to like Tallahassee, you're doing multiple days of, you know, for a delivery, like multiple real life days. In video game where it compresses it to be like 1/120th the time or whatever, you're doing a couple of hours. And then even that kind of trip, it might compress it even farther. And on top of that, you're not dealing with, like, again, you go to pick up your delivery, you got to do a walk around, inspect your delivery, sign off that you inspected your delivery and everything looked on the up and up, and then get to the other side, and, you know, then you have to, like, do another inspection of your stuff and sign off that everything looked fine. And then depending on the nature of your delivery, you might just drop your trailer and go on to your next job, or you might drop off your trailer and grab lunch while the, you know, warehouse people empty your trailer so that you could then take your trailer on to the next job, or, you know, that kind of thing. Like, there's whole differences there, but there's lots of paperwork, and you got, like, all the tags and all that you got to make sure are in place. And if you screw up in real life, your truck, you're out of work for a week while they fix it up, and it costs you a boatload of money, versus video game, just hand wave it away. Did it just become spring? I mean, February would still be solidly considered winter. Apparently we're like right on that fence of freezing or not, but in real life you would not have that sudden of a change where it starts snowing, you get snow on the ground from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and then by the time you get all the way to 9 a.m., suddenly it's all gone again. That's not how that works. Ground temperature does not change that fast. Let's see, you got stuck a whole week once because you refused to drive with a missing mirror. Yep. Let's see, one of your tasks when you were working in Cali was to go over the deliveries with a UV light to make sure bags of supplement powder hadn't encountered rodents at some point in their delivery possible before the truck left. Yep. That's Product Zomboid, right? Snowmelt. Oh man, if you're Product Zomboid, one of the things that'll actually get you in trouble that you don't think about till you experience it is you're like, oh man, I can fight so much later because the snow makes it so easy to see the zombies because it's like bright white, and even when you make it really dark outside, you can still see the white relatively well. And, you know, then you see the silhouette of the zombies against it, and it's like, I can fight really late. And then you hit that night where the snow melts at night, and you suddenly go from being able to see everything really clearly to being able to see absolutely nothing because the snow vanished, and the dirt in the dark is just pitch black, just like the zombies. And it's just like, oh no. You actually saw grass today? Yeah, we got like all those kind of things. That it's just the not fun part of it. Or like where you have to go to like the weight scales, and some of them you go around where it's just a weight scale, you just drive over it, and it probably takes you 5-10 minutes or whatever to like call on the scale. They go and they give you the paper like, yeah, you checked out, here's what it weighed in at, and yada yada yada. They might do like a walk around to your vehicle or whatever. I don't know the full process. But then some places they do more thorough inspections and all that. And all of that, you know, are just annoying delays that there's good reasons they do those. You know, if you see the truck leaves and it's supposed to weigh like 20 tons, and then somewhere along the way it goes over a weight scale and now it's a 19-ton truck or a 22-ton truck, and you're going, hang on. Wait a second. You left here and you weighed 20 tons, and now your number's very different. Something's not okay here. Something either disappeared or got added to your truck when it wasn't supposed to happen. So either you smuggling something, or someone stole something, or someone did a really bad job weighing you in. Hey, Infinite Simplex. Low streak number again. That's a bummer. But welcome in. It's good to see you. But yeah, so it's just all that crap. Let's say you once got to scale with a sealed load and lost 50% of your weight, and the sealed hat was untampered. Turned out you had defective water bottles. Oh, so it was like leaking. So you just leaked the water out, and so it was a bunch of things. But you're working for a tiny company that does supplement powders that help people make home pet food with balanced nutrition. It's kind of funny because several years, one second I'll catch up with you. Several years before I'd used an earlier version of their website's nutrition calculator to work out the recipe for your diabetic cat's homemade food, you didn't realize until ages later that it was the same company. They're good people. I mean, it sounds like a cool thing. Yeah. The Scale House found it absolutely hilarious. Yeah, so basically you had a whole bunch of like water bottles in your vehicle, and like whatever was wrong with it, like the threading was bad, or like the little nipple on the top of the bottle, or whatever it was. Or they're like the really big ones and the seals were just garbage. You know, whatever happened. And so yeah, they just leaked out a bunch. I can believe that changing your weight rapidly. Water is freaking heavy. Like, there's a reason when you do, you know, people talk about like survival kits for in the event of disaster or whatever, you get hit with a hurricane and you need to have, you know, X number of days of food and water. And people grossly underestimate, one, how much water you need to consume to live. It's like a gallon a day per person. If it's a hotter situation, you might want to go for 2. Yeah, 8 pounds a gallon. Yeah, so you're thinking about that. If you're saying, all right, well, we're going to be hiking, so it's probably closer to 2 gallons a day you're going to need per person, which means 16 pounds of water per day per person they got to lug with them. And if you're talking about hiking, you know, for 5, 6, 7 days before you're expecting to get out of the affected area, and you're doing that kind of thing, you can sit there and go, okay, so wait a second. That's you know, 14 gallons per person. At 8 pounds per gallon, you're already talking over 120 pounds just in water you'd have to lug with you. So the answer is you can't just exclusively carry water. Not if you're going to be hiking. You usually need either like water purification tablets or the stuff you need to like boil up water and all that, or filters, you know, or all the above. You know, you end up having to process water to make it safe. It's a lot of water. Yeah, what would it be? So I'm trying to think. I don't know the gallon to liter conversion. Wouldn't it be somewhere in the area of around 5 liters for 2? No, wait, 5 liters would be, was it 4 liters per gallon? I don't remember. I used to know the ratio. It's a decent amount. Yeah, I was gonna say 4 liters per gallon is what I was thinking, but that's the imprecise. Yeah, so you're talking 7-ish liters per day. Again, assuming you're walking around, you're in the heat or whatever. If you're basically just hunkering down, staying in the shade and all that, it'd be closer to half that. You always want to overestimate how much water you need. But you just get the idea there. Yeah, for wilderness emergencies, it's 3 gallons per person per day. Yeah, but it's just one of those things that, like, you go and say, hey, it's a lot of water. You need, the human body, we're like, what is it, 80% water or something like that? 70, 80% water is what the body consists of. You need lots and lots and lots of water. So when people talk about, it's like, oh yeah, I'll just load up my backpack. It's like, you don't understand how much water you need, man. You do not understand how much water you need to load up. That backpack, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna take my guns, gonna take my ammo, gonna take my little hatchet, gonna take all my stuff. And you're like, dude, that backpack needs to be like 60% water. From a full practicality, that backpack needs to be like 60% water. Um, you were on one trip where you had a search and rescue technician. He legit brought a barrel, filled it with water to simulate 150 pounds of equipment he usually carries. That was the best hiking trip? Yeah. Isn't it Vienna standard water for 1 kilogram, not pure H2O? Or it used to be? I have no idea. Can be worse for diabetics if their blood sugars are high. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of health problems that can agitate that to have a significantly higher water need. But that's like one of the reasons when you look. So people who've been around the channel know I've got this. It just happens to be here. I live in Florida, so we have hurricanes. So I actually have what's called a bug out bag. And just a big fancy thing for if crap hits the fan, you know, power's out, water's out, it's not safe to be here. I've got a backpack, I can grab it, it's got important documents, I toss it on my back, it's got enough food, enough, like, supplies to last me for a little while. So it's not ridiculous prepper stuff of you got your bunker or something. It's just, hey, where you're at, there's fires, flood, whatever, you need to leave, you need to evacuate. It's a bag that basically says, hey, if there's a shortage of food, water, whatever I can get a hold of, I'm okay for a while. Not a long time, but a while. But yeah, it would be one of those things, like, it doesn't have, it's got water in there, but, I don't have a bunker. If you have a bunker in Florida, what you have is a swimming pool that just hasn't been filled in yet, but don't worry, it'll figure itself out, because the water table is so high here that you've effectively made a below-ground pool and hollowed it out. And that's a real big problem. One of the things that actually happens here in Florida is if you drain your pool and you leave it drained, the amount of force that the water can put against the outsides of your pool from the water table when it's up can literally break the concrete and smash your pool in on itself. I've seen that happen. It is wild how much force water puts on things. So yeah. One, I don't want a bunker. It's not particularly useful or anything here. Like, honestly, it'd be more of a problem to worry about your bunker getting flooded than being useful in any way. And then two, it's just not helpful. The old days of, like, oh, we're just gonna put down our bomb shelter and ride out the end of days strategy. There's been a lot of studies around a lot of that are like, that's not, like, it's not practical, it's not realistic, it's not anything. There's no, like, environmental systems, water circulation systems that you could do that for any real long-term amount. They had a whole study around them when it came to, like, if your area was targeted by a nuclear warhead or whatever, would a bomb shelter actually do you any good? And pretty much all the studies came out being like, yeah, no, it's just literally all you've done nothing to help your survival. It doesn't address any of the actual problems you got to be worried about. You know, while it's fun to have, like, the Fallout sci-fi and all that, and we definitely had people historically built all those giant bunkers and all that, it's just not really a practical thing. Now, shelters can help for stuff like tornadoes and all that. Shelters can be really good. Just as a reinforced structure. You know, civil unrest, like you're in an area where rioting is happening, they can be good. But for stuff like nuclear bomb drops, those kind of things are like, yeah, this isn't going to help you. It's not going to do anything for you at all. If you're close enough that it could help, you're too close for it to help you. You'd say it's good for mental health? I mean, yes and no. We can argue there's the placebo effect of you feel like you've done something about something outside of your control. But then my counter argument, but it's also, it gives you a false sense of security. I mean, I figure I figure if you're genuinely in a situation where you're terrified that at any moment you're going to potentially be the victim of a nuclear bomb, that's the bigger issue than being prepared for a nuclear bomb. Unless you're like in a very specifically strategic, target, like you're at some major military base or, Washington, D.C. or something. There's a good reason the CDC, if you remember correctly, used a zombie apocalypse example to motivate people to moderate stock of supplies or emergency equipment at home. Oh yeah, so generally when it comes to disaster preparedness, you always have 3 different disaster preparedness you have. 1 is shelter in place. 2 is evacuate, like just your immediate vicinity, so that's like leave the building you're actively in. And 3 is leave the area you're in. Those are the 3 types of things you deal with. The shelter in place has 2 different forms. The shelter in place, you have shelter in place with good ventilation and shelter in place with bad ventilation. And you do have times that both of those are desirable. Say, for example, you live near a major highway and a chlorine truck tips over. You don't want to be in a room with good ventilation. You want to be in a room with bad ventilation. So you want to go into like a bathroom or something like that and, put the towel under your door until they give you the all clear that it's dissipated from the area. Because breathing in gaseous chlorine, that'll kill you. And then good ventilation has to deal with like, stuff like heat waves and that kind of stuff, or like really, really bad environmental situations outside that you're like, okay, power outage, heat wave, you want a room with good, good ventilation, good circulation. You don't want to be out in that kind of thing. Evacuate the immediate area. That's, there is, there's like an active shooter situation. There's a fire. There's a gas leak, something that's mostly affecting just where you are right now. And usually that's where, you have like your family plan that says, hey, if we get separated and there's a fire or whatever at the house, like, where is the place we go? Okay, the library up the street. Okay, the school down the street. Like that's the meeting place. And then you have, getting out of the area at large. So like a hurricane is rolling through. And that's more about logistics of having your stuff where you can just grab it and leave, and get what you can and just get out of, like, the state, the region, whatever it is. Get on a road and be up the road several hours, that kind of thing. Having emergency supplies is great. No one is going to solo the apocalypse. Yep. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You want to... Usually when you're talking disaster preparedness, you're usually talking about having something like... at a minimum 3 days worth of supplies. Ideally, you want to have more than a week. Past that, if a week of supplies isn't enough, let's just hope we don't need more than a week of supplies, because at that point you're talking massive, massive failures of infrastructure kind of thing. Like, you're talking humanitarian crisis level of problems. Let's see, you don't care so far. Every prepper you've met is someone you would categorize as mentally healthy. Yeah, no, like prepper, like really, really prepper, where they have like their bunker full of supplies for, supposedly months of survivals. Yeah. Yeah, one, usually a lot of their prep is not actually effective. Like, it's like, okay, you've got X number of months of canned goods, and then you look at a bunch of those canned goods, and you're like, yeah, a lot of these actually do expire. There's some canned goods you can go way, way, way past the expiration date, and that's fine. But then there's also canned goods. They're like, no, this still goes bad. There is actually bacteria in that can with there. It's got a long shelf life, but it's not a forever shelf life. You're not going to be like in Fallout and eating a Salisbury steak, literally 100 years after it was canned. You're going to open that and sludge is going to come out of it, and you're going to be like, yep, don't eat that. It's not going to help you. When you're dealing with food poisoning, any benefit you got from the nutrition, straight up gone. You rotate your cans? Well, yeah, you definitely want to do that. Like, again, we're talking, in this case, we're not talking, like, ridiculous prepper stuff. We're talking, hey, you're in an area hit by, like, hurricanes, or even though you get snowed in or whatever. You do want to have, like, a week of non-perishable goods just to ride out the storm kind of thing. But you do actually have to do, like, an inventory and go, okay, of my canned goods, like, what needs to be eaten to get that out of here, to get fresh stuff in to replace my non-perishables. Because nothing lasts forever. And a lot of those folks looked forward to an apocalypse to win. Oh yeah, I've known the kind of person to be like, oh yeah, when everything goes to hell, I'll be the one on top. You'll see. You'll all see. Let's see, all the recommendations you saw was to rather rotate your stock. Real long-term stable stock is expensive and still needs to be checked. Oh yeah. Well, even if you get like the they've got these nutrition bars that I'm gonna like it's basically just a block of raw nutrition that's designed to be as long of shelf life as possible. Even those you don't want to hold on forever, because the packaging itself over years and years could get compromised, which is part of why they still have an expiration date. So even though it's just a brick of raw calories, which you need even more water when you eat those, because they are not appetizing. It is like eating a cinder block. Like in military MREs. These are worse than in military MREs. Military MREs have like the whole thing where it heats it up and all that. This is like basically they've gone, all right, here is the nutrition you need. We've ground it up into a puck. And, you know, compress it as much as possible. Yeah, it's like a brick of chalk. But it is a very nutritious thing. It is strictly, we need a whole lot of calories in as little tube space as humanly possible. They're the thing you eat when you got nothing left to eat. This is the emergency service full of emergency nutrition. You bought one equivalent to try. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, compressed food bars. Yeah, they are used for, again, hurricane preparedness, but those are one of those things that you stare at them and be like, how hungry am I? You'd nibble at. Oh yeah, it's certainly fine to try. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not like a very offensive taste. I've had a little of one before. It's like one of those things you eat and you go, oh god, it's so bad. You're just like, this is really flavorless, bland, awful food. It is extremely, it's like if someone were to try to instill depression into a food, that's what you're eating. Like you wanted to get like essence of depression and turn it into food. That's what that is. It's just like, I'm eating this and it just makes me sad. Minus 20, and I'm not trying to make fun of depression. It's just like a minus 30 mood buff. Ate the puck. It's just really unpleasant food. Again, not like you eat it and it's like eating something rancid or something like that, where you're trying to keep it down kind of thing. It's just like, oh, like this could not be blander. You're pretty sure distilled depression would taste better than the puck. I don't know. It was not a good comparison on my part. Yeah, it's probably one of those ones that you could if with like throw some seasonings on it or something and make it way more tolerable. You've tried one, you'd rather eat dirt. Dirt would certainly have more character, I'd give it that. Dirt at least you could call it earthy. It's like eating chalk. It's pretty much the way I'd describe it. It's like eating chalk. A big old block of chalk. That you have water with it just to make it tolerable. It's just real unpleasant. Versus, like, MREs can actually be pretty decent if you get, like, there's some MREs that are pretty awful, and there's some MREs that are relatively decent. For those who don't know, an MRE, that's ready, let's see, meal ready to eat. That usually it's got, like, you know, it's got a main thing that's protein, it's got something that usually, like, nuts or something to go with it, some type of veg, that kind of thing. A lot of them are self-heating, that you open the package and it causes a chemical reaction that heats it up. One recommendation is to dissolve them in a bit of water in a bowl or something, like porridge. You didn't find it so bad, actually? Just, like, sweet cardboard? Yeah. Like, that's the thing. It does feel like the kind of thing that you could pretty easily overwhelm its unpleasantness with something else if you've got a something else. Like, if you had, like, some hot sauce to go with it. It would probably make it pretty tolerable. Alright, so there's a cool 12... yeah, basically 12,000. I'm not going all the way over there for 700 bucks. I'd say you couldn't pay me, but, like, I mean, I guess actually no, you couldn't pay me because they offered to and I said no. Alright, so we've got that. So next month in game is seeding for that field. But yeah, so it's not like, there's definitely foods you go out there that are very hard to eat because they're very strong. Like, I know there's stuff like fermented fish that some people love it, and those who don't, it is a strong flavor. Ooh, okay. That's the next at Cedar for half off. I don't think we grabbed that. Even because I'd take a loan to get it, and it's just going to sit there until we have the machine. The machine's the deal breaker. But I could certainly see grabbing this harvester on sale half off. It is a fairly large harvester. Ludafish is dry though, isn't it? I have no idea. Congrats, you fit for the emergency situation. If someone has stocked up tons of those bricks. Yeah, technically we have a couple of those bricks at the house. So I guess COVID... I was like, W? As we went up in the mountain, we got sponsored by some freeze-dried food company. Bags to open, fill with hot water. Those are really good. Sadly, super expensive. Yeah. They're strumming? Yeah, like some of those, like, if you're not a fan of them, they have a very strong taste from my understanding, so you either love it or you hate it. I do think we take the loan to get this harvester, because I think that'll be worth it versus leasing it. I think that'll be a much better move. Yeah, let's do that. It's like really, really salty fish. That doesn't sound that bad. Alright, yeah, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and... So we need to grab about $100,000 in loan, which I normally don't like doing. But scoring this on the cheap, because this is the Axel Flow 7150. Let's see how good of a harvester that is based on the list. Yeah, so it's that one. So if we look at that, that one's normally 301,000. And it can go 18 miles per hour, 100,000 capacity. No, 10,000 capacity. So like, this is like the giant Mama Jama one up here, the 740,000. So it carries 20,000. So same basic speed as that one. Half the capacity. If we go with the headers you can put on there, it can do for the wide range of crops, 8.5 meters, or 9 meters for just the corn. So we'll just say 8.5. If we go to like the real big mama jamas here, they can get up to, for the general purpose one, 15 meters. So still, nowhere near as big. But that's still thing. You'll take the big one? I mean, I would like the big one. I can't afford that. If I take all the loan I can probably get up to 500,000, and I still come up short. Versus getting this one for 100,000 because we're gonna get the one that's discounted. I think we do that. Showing mashed potatoes and red raw onion flatbread is a delicacy where you live? Yeah. Take off the twin wheels. I don't want them. Alright, so we do have a harvester now. I'm not going to worry about buying the header just in case it goes on sale. Okay. So I got a couple things going on for the moment. We do have a bunch of contracts have shown up. None of these are particularly exciting. I technically do those, but there's not much money. The bale wrapping I'm not going to bother with. So none of these contracts are too exciting to do. Let's check on our sawmill. It might be time to turn it off. Yeah, so missing materials. So for the moment, I don't think this matters turning these off because there's no supplies. I'm pretty sure once it runs on materials, it shuts down and you just pay the property cost. We got plenty of water in there. So what we're gonna want to do that says it needs lime. I'm gonna not worry about the lime. Alright, so what I'm gonna need to do here is we have 230 horsepower to work with. I'm gonna get myself a little seeder here. And that's 4.6 and does do the fertilizer. That's too many horsepower. Yeah, so if I were to design one or two. I don't care about the rollers. If we were to lease that, it'd cost us about $2,000 or about $6,000. Meanwhile, if it went up to here, to this one, and leased you, it's only about $3,000. We're not looking at making a whole lot of money out of this, so I am going to go ahead and drop down to leasing that one. Because very unfortunately, we are going to be costing ourselves some pretty big money on these. Okay. Alright, so I need to go down to our consumable. We'll need seeds. Like, and all these give you the same volume. So it doesn't really matter which one you buy. So buy one thing of seeds. And then I will need one thing of fertilizer. That's solid fertilizer. Okay. Alright. And I'll need to change you to oats, because that's what I can plant this month. Alright, so this will be our first crop that we're putting down in the ground. Okay. Now, what I can't remember is when we're doing this, I believe... I can't remember with the hoe if I can immediately follow this up with the hoe and it'll prevent the crops, or if I have to wait till they grow in the first phase. It's been a while. I know you can actually turn around and use the herbicide. Okay. Yeah, later on we'll want to get much bigger equipment. This is probably not the best use of our time, but I've got this field here doing nothing. I'd rather it be doing something. Because this whole field, if I take the time to fully fertilize it and everything, it'll probably make us 13,000, 14,000 a year for just the raw crop. If we go and take the time to sell it at like peak season or turn to other stuff, we could probably push it to 20, 30,000, maybe a little bit more if we are really careful. So if we consider the fact that I had to grab this seeder, and it's going to cost me probably about $3,000 by the time it's done on the lease. So if we assume the $12,000, that puts me down to $9,000 profit. Plus another $1,500 for the seeds and fertilizer, what I actually use of those boxes. Again, by the time I get to the other side of it, we're probably looking $6,000, $7,000. And then on top of that, I might have to lease some more stuff to get through it. By the time we're all said and done, we're probably only making like $3,000, $4,000. But as I purchase the equipment and I actually own it, that will increase our profit margins. But, you know, it's our own field. There's something to be said about that. And even better is, if it ends up being one of those things where it's just one trailer's worth that I need to fill up, then I can sit on that, just like cover the trailer and just leave it wherever until it's peak price and then sell it at the peak price. That was, I never did check if they got the mod added. There was a mod I used to run in Farm Simulator 22 that I really liked. That instead of looking at their whole like flow chart, like here's where we predict it'll be up and down, it got kind of annoying to like get the most out of your money. You just had to check the market every day. And then when they'd be like, there's a great price of whatever, but then you had to figure out what good it was, and it was a whole big thing. The mod, all it did is you could sit there and say, hey, when the price for this good gets to be over this amount, tell me. So basically, you kind of sit there and say, this is the price I want to sell it at. Like, I'm going to sit on it till it hits that price. And technically, you could do it where you're only, like, you're willing to skip selling for a year or whatever to really maximize your price. I didn't do anything like that. All I'm just like, say a good, its price ranges from $50 to $100. I'd usually do something like, hey, when it hits $90, let me know. Because that way, if that year it doesn't quite hit $100, I don't keep sitting on it. But then I don't have to track each and every individual good, being like, all right, well, that one I should sell in September, that one's July, this one's December, that one's January, this one's February. And like have to just like mentally keep track or check in the numbers every day. It was just an easy thing that you'd start the day to be like, da-da-da. Okay, you know, strawberries are on their good sale. It's like, okay, cool, let's go sell our strawberries. being on normal difficulty, I'm not going to put that kind of effort into it. It doesn't matter that much on normal difficulty where you sell stuff at a better price, everything costs a bit less. So sure, I could get a lot more money faster kind of thing, but it does save me a lot of the overhead that you've got to worry about on the harder difficulty. Like in the harder difficulty, we did some tests when I first did the Survivor Man challenge, and that we found if I took the AI and I had them help me with most of the processes on a field, I could literally lose money on the field because it would just all go into the AI wages. And that was with me still doing some of the operations myself. That it was very clear that's like, okay, no, I have to do this myself until we get better equipment. But if we consider prices real fast, that's the wrong place, of oats. So the price range at its minimum is $790, and at its maximum is just shy of, we'll just call it $1,100. That's the range you've got there. And so I'm assuming the harvest date on this is August. For oats, July. So yeah, so if we look at it, July, I would be able to harvest it by here. It'd be about $500. And then again, 700. That's actually one of the more extreme price gaps I've seen in Goods and Farm Sim, where it's like literally almost a 15% increase from the lowest to the highest. We have a little gap I'm gonna have to go because of the way the lines line up. Panzerkeks, German, those I haven't baked, are mostly preserved carbohydrates and a bit of fat. Compressed food bars are way more comfortable to eat. Tastes bland, but okay. Just sweet and bland. Gotcha. The one thing that, as far as like different languages and having their, like, the different names for same foods, I really love when it comes to pancakes, doing the German, what was it, Lammerkuchen, which just basically translates to flat cake. Yeah, Flammkuchen. Which, like I said, I'm pretty sure that was just pancake, if I remember correctly. Because I think the literal translation is effectively flat cake. It's been a long time. I used to be really good with my German, but 15 years of not use, well, actually close to 20 years. 20 years of not use, you know. Skills you don't use fade over time. All right. Cakes are derived from the English word cakes originally. You guess the same with other languages. Yeah, there's a lot of language interplay that happens over the years. It's one of the things that gets really funny when someone is speaking a language you just don't know. So like if someone walks up to me and they start talking Portuguese, like I can pick up a couple, you know, a couple words here and there, but you know, generally it's just not a language I've learned. So you're hearing a bunch of words, you're like, yep, no idea. Internet, I know that one. Or they'll be like, automobile, yeah, I know that one too. Or it's a shared word. Usually because, like, it's a thing that came out after the languages diverged. You know, whatever their common ancestry was, you know, they diverged in their separate paths. And then, you know, we were communicating enough that the new thing came out and whoever made the new thing, that's the word that got moved over, and they just brought it with them. Because that was also one of those weird ones that always got me, that's like, okay, you had this thing, it was invented or created or whatever, and, you know, it was invented in place whatever, and that they brought it over to some other place who had a different language, and that they come up with their own name, and it's like, but there is a name. We don't have to worry about, like, the linguistic drift that happens, you know, because, again, like, you had common ancestries, people split apart, we weren't communicating as closely because we're entirely different regions where the dialects just diverged farther and farther kind of thing that literally became separate languages over time. It's like, no, if I walk up to you and say, this is a pog, you're like, okay. It's a blacappa. And you're like, no, why would you give it its own name? It's literally a pog. Like, me and you are communicating, I have this invention, I'm calling it a pog, and I'm giving it to you. It doesn't need its own name. Pog doesn't mean anything. We can just call it the name we have here. You don't need to personalize the name. Again, when it's like language drift and all that, sure, you get it. You understand. I'm not saying people should have to change their language to reflect my own or anything like that. It's we have a new thing. It's got a new name. It hasn't existed before. We have a name. We can all use the same name because literally it has been introduced as a net new thing. And it's one thing if we had, again, like, if I made something like, if we invented the flat cake now. Okay, sure, if I call it a flat cake, you're probably going to take it home and you're going to say whatever the equivalent word for flat cake is. Like, you're going to use that name because I'm using multiple actual words and mashing them together. But when it is, like, a net new thing, like, again, like the internet. Like, it was a thing that was invented, and then, you know, it goes to someplace else, and you change the word, like, but why? Thank you for the follow. And I could, you know, I could get it if it's, like, the word, the name is very hard to pronounce in your native language. Like, there's certain, like, you know, where some places they roll their R's. And if you had a name that was very heavy and rolled R's, I could understand you take it to a different country where they don't roll their R's almost at all. That can be a very difficult thing to say. So instead, they might just have a version of the name that doesn't have the rolled R's. Let's see, reconstructing common ancestry language, or an abject string we use it for, is fun. Yeah. You also blame any spelling errors in the fact that after 2 a.m. here in Sweden. Oh, I know that one. Oh man, I get okey doked all the time by spell checker and autocorrect because one, I use a Dvorak keyboard, not a QWERTY keyboard, so I have all my vowels right next to each other, and my common consonants are also next to each other, unlike a QWERTY keyboard. So there's times QWERTY, the spell checkers are smart and they're like, oh, you meant to write, like, you wrote a word that's not a word and it looks like this. Well, these two letters are right next to each other. You probably mean the one that has the letter next to it, which is a very reasonable thing to do, but I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. So that letter and the one you're saying you think I did is over there. And I understand that they don't know. Most of the applications can't see my hardware, so it's totally fine that it wouldn't assume that. But man, does it give me the wildly wrong word sometimes. The one that scares me the most is on the Dvorak keyboard. L and R are really close to each other. Really, really, really close to each other. So every time I write the word whole, as in complete, or entirely, it's one I double check very closely, is the way I will say it. Because someday, sooner or later, I'm gonna hit that wrong letter, and I'm gonna send it to someone, and I'm gonna have some splaining to do. Because I don't need to just think of the word whole, W-H-O-L-E, if we replace the L with an R and accidentally send that to the wrong person. When I say like, oh yeah, I got the whole pizza, or yeah, no, I got the whole amount, except with an R. And thanks so much for the raid, Michael. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming? All that good stuff. Also, Jack said, learning Dvorak was the best way to keep your boss off my computer at work. Oh, yeah. that wasn't even the reason I learned it or anything. I do remember it was a really good time that I'm not the kind of person who got really salty about people using my computer at work or at home or whatever. But it can be pretty annoying when people are on your computer like, why are you on my computer? You're not IT. You should not be on my computer. There's no reason for you to be here, like, poking around my stuff. But when I, switched keyboard layouts, I didn't have to worry about this. Especially, I'm not sure I'll be able to get this up in the camera. So this is my old keyboard from work. Because I bought two of these, one for at home, one for at work, and my home one wore out after 15 years or plus. You'll notice there is no letters on that keyboard, which is a deliberate decision I had because I was like, no, I am going to make sure, like, no question about it, I am going to know how to touch type this. In hindsight, would I recommend it? Honestly, probably not. I don't actually think it was the most intelligent decision I've made in my life. There were definitely some painful times with that. But, with that said, if someone who wasn't me tried to use my keyboard without permission, because I could switch it to QWERTY if I knew they were going to do it, I just hit the button. Even then, a lot of people, because they don't know how to touch type, they do what, when I was on the IT side, we lovingly or not so lovingly, depending on how you want to put it, we called it search and destroy. Search and destroy typing. It was one of those things that they'd look at my keyboard and go, never mind. I'll let you take the helm. Yeah, aka hunt and peck. Well, yeah, so there's hunt and peck and then search and destroy. So hunt and peck is where you're like, okay, S. You're staring down at it. Search and destroy is when you look down and you go, S. Ka-chung! Like, drop from orbit, slam that key into the bottom. You're like, whoa, man, the key doesn't need to die. It's okay. It's okay. You can let the key live. It's just doing its job. All right, so let's go ahead and take that least cedar. We don't need it. Violence is not the answer. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Your keyboard doesn't have letters on it, at least 90% of it after 16 years. Yeah, now mine I got it with no letters on it. What I probably would have done before is if I were to rebuy these keyboards, because this is a custom keyboard thing that you could get them from, is WASD brand keyboards. They're just really nice mechanical keyboards. If I were to go back and rebuy it again kind of thing, I would get the home row to be a bright color. Just so as the little nubs wear out and all that, out of your peripheral vision, you can see if you're not quite centered on the home row or not. Violence isn't the answer, it's the question. The answer is yes. Not typically, but there are definitely times it certainly feels that way. So I don't know if this works, because when it came to handling the weeds in the game, most of the time I just went over it with herbicide and then would go over with the second round of fertilizer all in one day. That way, literally, it was plant, herbicide, fertilize, and you're just done. So you do everything in one day. I want to see if I just immediately hit this with the stuff to handle the weeds. If that'll be enough that I then don't have to worry about later. I think I do have to do this like a day later. As he often the right option in the suggestion isn't a suggestion at all. It's completely ignores adjacent keys in either language. Oh yeah. Autocorrect will get you so much. You've had 7 raid in as many days in RimWorld. Randy really wants to see you dead. Yeah, that's the issue with Randy, and part of the fun of Randy. So the issue with Randy Random is sometimes Randy just isn't feeling it. Just goes, says, hey man, I'll be back later. Just not feeling it today. And you're just like, oh, okay, Randy. You take care, buddy. and just go like a year or two in game with absolutely nothing happen. And other times Randy's like, no, I personally take offense to the existence of your the continued existence of your colony, and I will now be dropping literally everything I can to ensure its utter demise. Which again can be fun. It can be just annoying, especially when he goes from one to the other, where you have like literal years of nothing, so you're slowly watching all your shooting and melee skills slowly decay off and de-level and all that. You know, early game you haven't gotten much level, and then he just throws everything at you and you have a bunch of under-leveled combat pawns. Because it's one of the things they'll sneak up on you in RimWorld, is that you'll be like, oh, this doesn't seem like that bad of a raid, and then you get steamrolled and you're like, but why? And you look at your combat skills and go, oh, our combat skills are terrible. That's why, as I'm rocking a whole lot of people with like level 2 shooting and 1 melee, and then the people who rolled in, even though I had like a huge tech advantage over them, they were all rocking like 8 and 12 in their combat skills, so they just outskilled me through the roof. That even though I had the high ground in the defensive position and everything, and had the tech advantage and everything else, I just didn't have what I needed to capitalize on literally any of it. It's one of the things that can get you in trouble a lot on some of the stuff, because it's even on the easier difficulties. They can still be hard sometimes in that you just get a bunch of fights that really don't offer much threat, so don't give you much opportunity to gain levels. And then some of those threats you can trigger, like the pollution bombing and everything, where you get the counter raid, where it drops like a near max threat raid on you. Those can still be dangerous on lower difficulties. But because you had such an easier time with the earlier fights, you basically go into things under-equipped, under-leveled. Okay, so we did just go and we seeded our field here. Yeah, so we seeded this field here. We did do a round with the hoe. I think in this particular case, it doesn't make sense for me to get the fertilizer as well, because I would need to lease the attachment. We do have the 50% there, so we're going to get a 60% yield bonus. We could certainly get way more than that, but I think by the time we lease and put down the second round of fertilizer, the benefit we will get out of that one little field will be consumed by the cost of the lease. So I think as we just deal with it. Same with the roller. We could lease the roller and it costs us a couple thousand, but the 10-15% or whatever it is for rolling the field, I'm not going to make up enough money to make up for the lease cost. So it's just not worth it. The same with the lime as well. The lime is honestly the one that's a little bit more on the fence because it's a cheaper lease, but I still don't think it's worth it. Okay. So with all that said, let's check the contracts, see if there's any really amazing contracts worth doing. I didn't see any earlier. Like these ones I'm not going to worry about. The hoeing ones just don't pay enough, so we're not going to sweat these contracts. I don't really have the money to buy another field or anything else like that. We shut down the lumberyard. It has run out of lumber, and I don't own more property with trees worth cutting down to put in it. So it's just going to sit there and be turned off and cost me like 30 bucks a month or whatever it is. You still got plenty of water in there. So with that said, we can pop up here, teleport back there, and have our characters sleep for this month. And what I'm hoping is we will not see weeds tomorrow, because I did hoe immediately after seeing. I don't know if that will remove the weeds or if I had to wait for the first growth cycle to do it. I don't think it'll work. And I think we've tested it before and I just don't remember. So does it say needs weeding? No. So we don't see any weeds. The oats look fine for right now. It's going to keep complaining about its lack of lime and rollers and all that. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and take this and we'll just top off the greenhouse. Weeding immediately after planting will do. Yeah, I know I tested before. I just didn't remember what the results were. Yeah, no, it looks like we're good. Oh, wait, you're the other way. But yeah, and the reason we have the $3,000, or sorry, $350 for the loan interest, is I did grab a loan to snag this harvester because it's a used one. And it's just one of those things. Getting a $300,000 harvester, like 60%, it was like 57% off or whatever. Getting it that much off is absolutely well worth it. Let's sleep for the month. Sounds like something. Sounds like what you wish you could do. It does, but then you also run to the whole thing. You could just sleep your life away kind of thing. All right. Okay. They're offering literally the largest harvester for half off. I could buy that, and I could genuinely buy that and the header if I went all in on the loan and all that. And it would basically mean I've got the last harvester I'd ever need. But at the same token, using the largest harvester and having that tiny field to deal with and paying in like loan interest several thousand every single month, I don't think we can make work. And honestly, for the cost, the near $1 million cost, that would be the point I would be trying to get the Nexad equipment going. Because we need to do all the Nexad equipment as part of the dare drop stuff. Oh, I just, but it's on sale. Yeah, the problem is I have to sell my existing stuff to make it happen. Before I forget, there's something else I should be doing. Where is this? Grab this link. Grab you. Get back out of my way. And check out the new DLC at Boom. Do that. And pin that. Until we switch categories. Alright. Because technically, their drop, because they're giving us keys, that qualifies as a sponsor. And that's just one of the things they want. I've already more than filled the obligation for it. But it's just one of those things like, yeah, we're getting keys. I'll make sure to do what I can to make it right. Okay, so contracts. So now I got a little bit better contracts. So these two would make about 5,000. They're not super close to each other. I'm not gonna do the plowing and the rock removal. Yeah, so do these two for a quick $1,000, quick like $5,000-ish. Because I've got all the equipment for that, so literally I could just do it. Alright. Yep, and Luxray is doing the reminder that I am trying to qualify for my last month of the Plus program. Basically, the only ask is if you're going to gift subs or bits or anything else to channel. If I can instead convince you to take that same exact money and upgrade your stub instead. Right now, for qualifying for the Plus program, that'll do way more for me. Because if we qualify where we get 3 months and I get, 100 plus points, at the end of those 3 months, it does effectively give me a 20% increase in revenue. I actually already have it. It's just that 20% increase expires in April. So I need to re-qualify to lock it in for another full year. And we are on that 3rd month. Yeah, these are right next to each other. This is really fast. This will be a quick $5,000. We could use that to pay down... What am I looking at back here? It's like weirdly like one section of that field didn't get done or something.
Thank you Diriam and Wifey for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Diriam, for subscribing at a tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. Getting a whole 6 plus points. That is a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. That's incredibly generous. So thank you. I believe that puts us up to 74 plus points. Hey, no, I don't want the AI to take this over. I want to do it myself. So thank you so much for that. That's incredibly generous. All right. Yep, so just go through here, get these contracts knocked out, get our $5,000. And we can start using that to chip away at that loan. Because like I said, every single month we're paying about $350 on our loan for interest. And unless we go out of our way to pay the principal, it literally will never pay down the principal. So it is a loan that will literally last forever unless we go and make manual extra payments. Which is not how loans tend to work in real life, but not a lot of loans. Loans all vary, but most loans you get, some percentage of your amount will go towards the principal, and there's entire formulas depending on the type of loan on how that all works and yada yada yada. But there are loans that you don't pay the principal down. It's just not the way the loan works unless you, again, you manually say you're gonna be like, hey, I want to put this against principal. That was one of the reasons always, like, it was a big deal that when you do an extra, like, for example, if you have a mortgage, if you go do an extra payment, that it's like, you specify, like, I want this put against principal. It's like, here's my regular payment, here's the extra, I want the full extra to be put against principal specifically. You know, I don't want to knock down my next payment early. I want to knock down the total I owe early. Isn't it something like one extra payment per year can take 7 years off the loan? Yeah, for like a mortgage. I don't know like the actual amounts, but it is tremendous. You have to specify that in different places. You may not have to anymore, but there are places where they'll let you effectively pay your loan that basically it's treated as, I can do one payment now, and I can do my next payment early. So let's say I have a $1,000 payment, just to make the math simple. So you do your first payment. Okay, that includes like early on in your mortgage, that's going to be like 95% paying on interest and 5% going to principal. It's going to be something truly awful. And if I go, okay, well, here's a second payment for $1,000, they can interpret that as, say this is my January payment, and that second one's my February payment. So my secondary payment, like my February payment's paid in ahead. That's still going to be, if it was 95% interest, the next one will be like 92% interest or whatever. Because as you go, it'll be a little bit less, and a little bit less will be going towards the interest as you're starting to pay it down. But if you instead go and say, I want this put against principal, I still owe my February payment because I haven't paid it yet, but I've knocked $1,000 off the principal, which does mean when I get to my next payment, it might end up being like 91% interest, because now I owe $1,000 less. So the amount of interest it generates will be reduced because I now owe less money. So it can be one of those things that, depending on the specifics, they could interpret it differently. Like, am I paying it early or am I paying down the principal? So it's not even necessarily something nefarious on the bank. It just, you need to communicate what you're doing. Now, if I rolled in there and it was $1,000 a month and I put a $5,000 payment in there or something, it would probably be applied to the principal just because of the nature of what you're doing. I'd still specify it because I'm paranoid, but that would be fine. But I can see where it could be misinterpreted kind of things. But yeah. But no, it really is, especially again with mortgages, because that has what's referred to as compound interest, where your interest gets calculated each and every month and all that. That you borrow the money, and it literally is one of those things that it keeps just accruing more and more interest on it, just the sheer volume of it, that it can be very expensive to have that kind of a loan. So it is just one of those things that your payments early on is almost entirely just paying down the interest. You're only barely dinging what you actually own. What's the Nexat machine? Is that a brand? Yes, but it's a special brand. If we looked at the Nexat machines, this is the wrong place. The Nexat machines are kind of machines that do everything, just about. So if we go down here to Nexat's way down here at the bottom, it's a new thing. It's this monstrosity. This would be like the equivalent of the tractor. And then you'd have your giant header that goes here, and then the wheels can all turn sideways. And it's this entire width is the size of the tool. But it can do just about everything. It harrows, it cultivates, it sprays, it plants, it seeds, it harvests. It weeds, it hoes, it does slurry, it does it all. It also takes the third mortgage on your house to pay for, considering the base equipment with no attachments is $650,000, and each header costs somewhere near of $150,000 to $300,000, and many of them require additional attachments. Oh, interesting. You remember that. You haven't encountered a bank that interpreted it that way. Accessory payments were always used against principal, but you've not had to handle many of them. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is if you were doing roughly the same dollar amount payment again and again. It probably would be fine to not say anything. It was the thing I was always taught. It's like, yeah, if you get any type of loan, car payment, mortgage, whatever, and you go to do extra payments, one, do it. It will literally save you thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in interest. But also, two, to specify its principal. Maybe it was a big problem in the past that there was some kind of like racket or scam or whatever kind of thing. That is why that is something presented. It might be like a US thing. I don't know. It was just the way I was always taught. It's like it was like very important to specify you when you want something put against principal to specify you want it against principal. But yeah. Yeah, no, that's always one of the things. Even everything's on the up and up, communication problems happen. So it's good to make sure your intentions are very clear. Because I could absolutely see a situation, like say you know you're going on a cruise for a couple of months, like you're doing like this whole thing where you cruise from the US to Europe. You're going on a cruise that's going to be almost a month long or whatever, like the two whatever week to go across one way. And then you're going to spend the month like in Europe, and then you're going to do one back. So you're going to be away from home for like 3 months. That you might want to be like, hey, I'm not going to be here to pay this, but you know, obviously I want it paid. I do like not having liens against my house and everything because I've, you know, failed to pay my mortgage for a quarter of a year. So I want to go ahead and put out like my next 3 payments I want to take care of in advance. I can see the use case where you'd want to do that. Now, granted, I also feel like if you got the kind of money that you're taking a 3-month vacation and 2 cruises to Europe, you're probably not worrying about managing your payments. That's probably not a reality you have to worry about. But maybe that's my own naivety thinking that. But I could, or like let's even say you're traveling for work. Let's not even make it that kind of thing. You're traveling for work. You got a good contract job. You got a good contract job, but you're gonna be abroad for the next 2-3 months. Isn't auto payments an option? Yeah, but not everyone's set up in a situation where they can do auto payments. Yeah, and it used to not be. Which, again, might be why that advice is given out there that you want to put against principal is maybe in the past where you had... Because I remember back in the day when I couldn't do auto payments, where I had to go in every month and put in my car payment. Couldn't pay online. That wasn't a thing. The internet existed. It's just, you know... That took a while for everyone to catch up on. It wouldn't surprise me to have, like, if some, smaller, like, Federal Credit Union kind of, like, banks didn't have some of that set up. Not the bigger ones. Or, like, the more out there ones would probably be fine. But I wouldn't be surprised if you had some, like, very special-focused banks that serve a very specific community might be lacking in some of those things. That just isn't as big of an issue for them. Like, if there was the equivalent of like an Amish bank or something like that, I don't think that'd be a thing with the way their culture is. But let's pretend. It might be, I don't know. I don't know much about them. But, you know, might just have like the person who loans the money be like, yeah, I gotta pay each month. Can we do it on the internet? Ha, no. I got the ledger in the back room. Alright. I do not miss getting paid with checks, like written checks that I have to deal with all the hassle around, and needing to go to the bank just to get dealt with. I do not miss needing to pay for things with checks. Where's the gas station? Gas station's over there. Let's go ahead and pop over to the gas station real fast. We're getting a little bit lower than I like. Like, I don't miss the days of you go to pay your power bill, that's a check. You go to pay your water bill, that's a check. You go to pay, oh man. Yeah, having to go because our water was run, you know, as municipal water. I remember having to go to City Hall and paying for my water with a check. I remember having to go to, you know, the office at my apartment complex and paying for that with a check. I don't miss that crap at all. The power I could pay online pretty early. Oh no, that's right. At first I had to set up the power to use, not direct deposit. The equivalent for them, where I'm depositing to them the amount. Not direct debit. I'm blanking on the word. Oh, ACH. Yeah, where they could ACH into my account and just, like, directly charge against my bank. I remember setting that all up. I like having the credit card in the middle, even though, like, you gotta be careful to make your, you know, pay it off immediately so you don't get hit with interest. Just because then, I've had once or twice where I've gotten charges I shouldn't have gotten from both power and cellular. And I have found with that kind of thing, when it was like an absolutely ludicrous charge, that you can turn around and be like, yeah, don't accept that charge. Like, that charge is not okay. Don't accept that. Like, don't take the $500 out of my bank account where now everything's starting to bounce because, you know, broke college student things and trying to make ends meet. And, you know, suddenly they charge a factor of 10 of what they were supposed to because they had some error on their side. Yeah, it's like, don't accept that charge. I will work this out with them. But in the meantime, I don't want that interest accruing and everything. Because that's the problem with the ACH kind of stuff, is when you had a issue like that, you'd have your phone company and they'd be like, oh, well, we made a mistake. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to give you a credit on your account. It's like, no, you put that money back, man. That's what you're going to do. You're going to cut me a check. You're going to put that money back. I need that money for food. And going through it. I remember doing that fight once with the phone company. So I really like nowadays having the card in between, because then again, I've only had to do it once or twice. Is just turn around and be like, yeah, that charge is not authorized. They take the cash right away and it's 60 to 90 days. Exactly. So you can be like, yeah, that charge isn't authorized. You know, reverse that charge. And yeah, they'll disconnect your phone and everything, but at least then you can go down to your cellular provider and be like, hey, here's the problem. That crap is not acceptable. I am not paying for it. You know, and usually they'll work, like, and most of the times I've had that, I've been able to work it out with the cellular company or whatever, where they reverse, like, they back down and say, hey, you shouldn't have been charged that. Well, you know, clear it from your account. But the problem is, once they take the money out of the bank, as saying, even if they go to refund it, it used to be they would want to cut a check for it. And it would be like a month, 60 days, and if you're living paycheck to paycheck, because again, broke college student things at the time, there wasn't crap you could do. You were just like, how am I supposed to eat for the next 2-3 months while I'm waiting for this check? Like, I was counting on those $500. I got rent to make. Not gonna worry about the rest of these. Because that one's way over there. Yeah, both of those are way over there on the other side of the map. I'm not going to go out of the way for that for like 2,000 bucks. And a lot of these other contracts aren't very good. Okay, we will advance things the next month. And I'm going to take 2 seconds once we go to advance that. I'll do the ad break just a slight bit early, which means the next one will be delayed longer. So just shifted the one ad break over a little. Because I need to grab myself another drink because I ran out. So I'm going to do that real fast and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course, regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Keep the threat on one side of me. This is not good. All right, sweaty time. This is really bad. That's that. Yeah, no, that was definitely when they're all like, that's the whole scary thing. Like, a whole bunch of people when I first did the rally point like that, they're like, but wouldn't rallying make it, like, when having no rally, wouldn't that make it way easier? I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. All right. And we are back. We did already advance time. Do we got a good sales today? We do. Honestly, that would have maybe not been that bad of an investment there. Oh, that's the McDon. Never mind, that won't help us. The McDon's a forager wagon situation. But, yeah, because if we got this giant one here, because I had just bought the same brand, the smaller one, and then this came up, but I don't think we want to loan that big. Speaking of which, what we should do is, while we're waiting, go to our finances. We want to keep paying down that loan unless we have something we need. Because there's no, like, initial hit from the loan that you got to worry about. Yeah, cool. It's not complaining about weeds or anything, so we're good. Cool. So we just know we just need to not worry about that. All right. So contracts, is there anything I can't live without doing? And that's another solid one there, money-wise. I'll run down to this one. I won't worry about this one all the way on the left. They're two just very different areas. But that'll let me get another loan payment done. Okay, and you are basically straight south. Don't mind me. Just gonna run over my own equipment. It's fine. But yeah, so we're getting a little bit of money every month from the greenhouse. We're losing a tiny, like 30 bucks from the sawmill being idle there, but 30 bucks I'm not gonna sweat. I'll just leave it there in case I need it later. We are also managing to get a bunch of work done each time, like a couple $1,000 every in-game month doing various contracts. Except the winter, when the winter rolls around, there's usually just not many contracts for us to do. But then the hope is we'll be able to make some pretty okay money out of the oats here. Honestly, as small as that field is, I think we'll be able to buy ourselves a trailer to load up with the oats and just kind of sit on the oats in the trailer until their price is better. And then sell it at the better price. And we're going to try and fill in our other stuff. The other one I'm looking forward to is when we hit the harvest months. Since I won't need to lease stuff, all of the fields that have like just your basic harvesting stuff, I'll be able to do that without leasing anything. And that's one of the big things that holds back a lot of those harvest contracts being worth doing, is the lease for the equipment usually ends up costing you like $2,000-3,000 or sorry, like $1,700 or whatever. So it's ended up being one of those things that you have to have a contract that not only has to be worth more than $1,700, which all these small fields won't be, but you also need to be enough over to be worth your time. So you lease the thing, it costs you $1,700, and then if the field only pays you like $2,000, you're like, well, I'm only making $300. Literally, this isn't worth my time. But because I'll already own the harvester and the header, I can just go through and do that. We get ourselves a decent trailer that I can pull behind this tractor for now. And now suddenly that's an extra $1,700 I make on each and every one of those contracts that I don't have to worry about. But we can use that to give ourselves even more money rolling in. Because one of the goals is going to be basically getting all the pieces of equipment I need to be able to at least just farm something start to finish. And then from there, it's going to be, one, expanding the operation to get more land. We're also going to want to snag the various animal types. That's not going to be the immediate priority. I kind of feel like I want to go after the Nexat stuff earlier, because it can be one of those things that I get the Nexat and the first piece of equipment, and I can run around and I could do just about any project we want of scale in those things really quickly. So that'll make any contracts we do faster. And then instead of buying a bunch of random stuff that I worry about horsepower and all that, I can just keep buying the next piece of equipment. They're going to be ridiculously expensive. But once I get that set up, like that's end game equipment. Once you have it, you're settled. The big thing I'm watching is for the main piece of equipment for Nexat to show up here. If I can get that like 50, 60, 70, I think 60%, I think 60 is the highest you can get it off. If I can get it off that much, it is worth me going as far into debt as I have to with the loan to get it at the reduced price, since it's so freaking expensive. And then hopefully I can get a header for it relatively cheap. And then just, you know, start using that thing. Because that'll also let me start getting rid of a bunch of this equipment. Because, like, if, for example, I get the weeder for the Nexat, I can get rid of the hoe here, and instead use the weeder. Oats for your porridge? Yep. Good old porridge. Grain soup. We don't get porridge much here in the States. Lots of places will do soup, but porridge itself, specifically, we don't see very often. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's just you'll see a lot more like tomato soups, potato soup, stuff like that, chili, chowder. Pretty rare you find like legit porridge on the menu. Not never, but not super often. All right, that'll be 3,500. That was the reason I grabbed this thing earlier. Is I did find for doing contract work, the hoeing contract work is one of the like best for time to money because it's so fast. So scoring a couple $1,000 really quickly is pretty solid. The wood transport used to be ridiculously overpowered. They nerfed it hard enough that's not really worth doing in my opinion now. But early on in Farm Sim 25, where you're scoring like $20,000, $30,000 per contract, you kind of got to the point where you're like, I kind of feel bad when I don't take it because of just how obnoxiously much money it gave you. Like doing one of those contracts was akin to harvesting your own field in the amounts of money you were making. So it's just like, okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna take that. All right, meanwhile, we can turn that contract in while we're driving north. Go down here and knock down the payment. Knock down the debt another $1,000 or $5,000. Paying off our harvester, which usually our harvester is the most expensive piece of equipment on the farm most of the time, so the fact they're paying that down just feels accurate of real life. It's like when you get your big workhorse tractor, that can be a major expense. And then the harvester, a lot of the other stuff seems pretty minor by comparison. Which makes sense. That's the thing that's got your big engine and all the complexity and all that behind it. Versus when you get something like a plow. When I say it's a glorified scoop, I'm not saying it's not impressive tech. But it really is a glorified scoop. It's a bunch of metal blades that you drag behind you. It's comparatively simple. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about that really small one up there. We should be good in our production line so far as water. We just filled it up. So, when do I need to harvest the oats? I remember it's a very fast growing plant. July. So literally 2 in-game months, we harvest the oats. And that's the point. If we haven't seen the header for our harvester show up on sale, we'll just buy it. Because that's when I will buy, because we'll use that for a while. Or honestly, if we get any contracts that are like good harvesting contracts, I'll buy the header as well, because that'll justify it. Yeah, so $300 is what we're paying for our loan per month. Yeah, so honestly, that wouldn't be the worst. Oh no, you're the little one. You're not the one that does lime, so we don't want that one. Okay, so we don't care about anything here. Check our contracts for anything amazing. Nope. So we're skipping today. Today smells funny. I should have actually checked the contracts, or not the contracts. I should have checked. Well, no, because I don't have the money to buy a field. That wouldn't be a good spend right now. All right, so today we should be harvesting our oats. All right. That's a bigger cultivator, one that we have nowhere remotely near enough horsepower to do that. Honestly, getting a semi-trailer would be nice, but not yet. Okay. So let's check on the things we've got. So we've got our field to harvest here. Looking all good, all ready to harvest. So for that, we do have a couple things we're going to need to get. So we're going to need to get our harvester. So there's our harvester. We own this one. And the header we'll want to get for it, I think it's the 8.5 is the largest we go. Yeah, so it's this 8.5 meter wide header. So that's going to cost us 48,000. And I'm also going to want a trailer. So let's take a quick peek real fast at our harvester's reservoir. Is 10,000. So we're also going to want to go here to a crop trailer, which is there. So we want something that'll hold at least 10,000. Preferably a little bit over. You go up to 28,000 if we get the expansion. How much is it for your expansion? 15,000. So it goes to 50,000. Okay. So we're probably talking somewhere in the ballpark of about 100,000 is what I'll need for that equipment. That's way more than I want to spend, but I am going to spend it. So we're going to go here. So it's time to borrow about 100,000. So we are accruing debt, as you do. So we'll go here, do that, combine. We want this one, which is the 8.5. Details. Cool. We buy that. Yep. Okay. Back out. And then we need to back out again and again. And go to our crop trailer. Go for the red one. I will get the expansion. Yeah, we got the expansion here. Main color. I don't want it to be red. Give me orange. Actually, make the bottom part black. Yeah, that looks good. And we'll buy that. Okay. So we should be all good now. Looks like we did have hurricane or tornado or hail damage over there on that side of the field, which is not a whole lot I can do about. Oh, right, I'm gonna repair this. It's gonna cost me a couple thousand more. That is one of the things about getting the used equipment, is it's damaged. That's probably gonna cost me an extra 1,000 or 2. Where is your repair point? Around back. And the other thing's new, so I don't have to worry about it. Hey, fair enough. How's it going? Alright, so how much are you going to cost to repair? Don't hurt me too bad. 7,000. Alright. What's a little bit more debt to go with my debt? No. Your vehicle only gets damaged through wear and tear. So, I repaired that. It didn't actually take the money, though. I don't really know what's going up with that, but I'm also not going to make a big stink over it. It said it was going to cost me 7,000, and I hit the thing that said to pay the 7,000, and they just didn't charge me. Okay. Alright. Steering assist. Okay. Maybe they're running a special. First customer gets a free overhaul, I guess. I've never had to do that before. At least not that I've noticed. Good guy Greg discount? Don't know. Alright, so we want to get all the oats we can out of this. We will end up needing to lease a planter again for a seeder. Because after the oats, we're going to go on ahead and get like the next crop in here. Now to clean up the little gap from the way the rows work. Alright. So catch-22 with this whole thing is we would love, like it'd be ideal if I could not sell the oats until like December. But realistically, we go to take these other contracts, I'm not going to be able to hold on to the oats. We're going to need to sell them to clear out the equipment. So I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to throw the oats into my trailer to delay how long I need to sell. But realistically, I'm going to have to sell them next month. We'll check. We might get lucky and one of the places will have a slightly better price. It won't be quite as bad as selling at like the worst time in the market. Not quite ready for you yet. Trying to go too fast. Because when I'm not actually running the equipment, this thing actually has got a pretty good amount of go. And this field, we'll also want to go ahead and recultivate it. Reseed it with like wheat or barley or whatever. So that we've got something down for the next harvest. Keep that all going. We can also check if this thing can do like soybean or whatever. Oh no, soybean I had to plant earlier in the season, didn't I? Yeah, it's too late for soybean. Oats have the advantage of just because the way they line up, you can plant oats and immediately plant barley after and kind of get like a double whammy out of your field, but it only works once because by the time you harvest the wheat or barley, it's too late to plant the oats. All right. It's looking like I'll be able to put the entire field I have here inside the harvester, which is pretty decent. It wasn't for the fact that a lot of the place I need to sell the stuff we harvest, there would be a really good chance I'd be able to get away without the trailer, but I don't know that we really worry about it. And what are we going to be planting? So we're in July. So barley, I have to wait a little while. And why am I not seeing wheat? Oh, and wheat. Okay, so barley and wheat, I have 2 in-game months before it's time to plant those. So that's good news. Because if I have to wait that long, that works out to my advantage. That maybe we can make enough money to be able to just buy a planter. Alright. It would be good if we can get, not the auger wagon. If we can get this one here, the solid fertilizer and the lime, because then that'd be able to increase our yields as well. Because literally the only vehicle that can put down lime in the game. I guess let's just turn off lime requirement. I usually don't. I also realized I don't think I turned off the fieldstone. Did we not turn off the fieldstone? So I definitely don't want fieldstone on. Get that out of here. I'll leave lime on for now. Fieldstone is fine. My big complaint with fieldstone and why I think, like, they make it realistic, but I think one of the big reasons that's just not fun is that it's literally your only stone picker in the game, and it's only 5.5 meters. So no matter how late game you get with dealing with the fieldstone, it's still 5.5 meters. And there's things you can work around using rollers and all that. That, yeah, even if it's realistic that they don't get a whole lot bigger than that and all that, it's like, yeah, but it's a video game, and after a while, you want thing. Great Witch Stones come back is not natural. So that was actually one of the interesting things that I was talking about with the, we had the farmer on the other day when we were playing, and he was actually saying, you know, in a lot of parts it really is a thing that basically every year the fieldstones keep coming back. That my understanding is the frost ends up pushing the stones up from deeper down, just in how it works. That there's some places that you can keep picking away at the stones and gradually get yourself less and less stony soil and all that. But at the same time, there are places like where there's like a hard pan at the bottom that as you're doing your stuff, you're scratching up the hard pan and pulling up bits of stone from all that, and different things. Yeah, I do think I'd rather be like very famously in places in like Britain and all that, and Germany, where they kept working the same fields for literally hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds a year, that you just have areas where it's just very, very good soil for agriculture that has very little in the way of stones still in it, because they've spent hundreds of years pulling all the stones out of it through farming for centuries. And, you know, taking all those stones to build their walls and going, what the hell can we do with all these stones? Until there were no more stones on a meaningful level to pull out of their fields. Because that was the mechanic I liked in Farthest Frontier, that I liked. You could commit major time investments to just processing the soil on your farm, of just working on getting all the stones and the weeds and all that to, like, improve the quality of your your soil there. Not so much like what's in it, but getting all the stones and all that out there, getting all the weeds cleared out of the area to make it a lot better for farming. So depending on the map you're on, sometimes it's worth it just trying to get your first crops down knowing they're going to be terrible and just gradually trying to convert fields. Or it could even be worth your time to just be like, that plot over there, that plot is just being processed for like the next 4 years to get that soil as good as we can before we start worrying about anything else. Like, you've got your one farm to help you just keep your people from dying. Alright, so for right now, I've got this all in the harvester. What are the prices? Because this is supposed to be the second worst month for the prices for oats. Yeah, so the oats, the worst it gets is 790. It gets almost $300-400 more. Well, almost $400 more in December. I don't know that we'll be able to hold out that long. But we're gonna try to catch it somewhere in here whenever I need that equipment to finally go over there. Because that's not an inconsiderable amount to be losing on it. So let's get the harvester a little bit farther away from the field. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna go cultivate this field right now. Can you build silos to store grain? Yes, but it costs money. What's the cheapest silo right now? I think they actually added a cheaper one, because it used to be in the previous version. Yes, they made some better ones. It used to be the absolute cheapest silo was like really, really bad. Versus that's only 20,000, which I think is absolutely worth it. Yeah, no, it's we can put a silo over here near the field. I think that's worth doing. So once again, I am going to need you to give me money. So we'll go construction. Yeah, so those are the same amount that they store for a considerably different price. Ah, it's not the little tree blocking it. It's I can't get very close to the road. Try and line it up with the road to be roughly parallel with it. Okay, so what we can do here is, well, normally I don't want to hand this off to the AI because it's going to be cutting into my profit margins. We'll let the AI take that over for a minute. And we can drop you off at our silo until it's time to sell. Because we got about 10,000 liters in here, and I can hold about 30. Okay. But then when December comes, we can sell it, and we'll sell it for about like 1.5, 1.25 what we'd get right now. So that'll get us a lot more bang for a buck for our effort. It's going to be important when we're not making nearly as much as we could be. We can also check real fast, because now that I've got a harvester we could be using. Is there any harvesting contracts for stuff that's good? Peas, no, we're not going to worry about those two. Hey, Dr. Dynastic, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and turn on Steering Assist and take over from the AI and stop what it's doing. But how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. What were you playing and all that good stuff? I'll get you a shout out here in just a moment. If one of my mods could take care of that, that'd be great. If not, that's fine too. I can jump on it. Welcome, love to see Farm Sim 25. Yeah, I do enjoy some Farm Sim 25. Here we go. Shout out, Dr. Dynastic. All right, and so Dr. Dynastic was playing Laundry Store Simulator, according to Twitch and all that kind of good stuff. So definitely someone I recommend check it out a whole lot. But yeah, no, welcome in. It's good to always make new acquaintance, meet new people, all that good stuff. It was just as exciting as it sounds. I'm reading between the lines here and say that maybe simulating a laundromat was not the cat's meow, was not what you've always wished it was. I don't know anything about the laundromat simulator, but hey, sometimes you gotta think. I mean, there was washing, there was driving, there was folding. It was wild. The washing and drying part you had me, you lost me at folding. Folding is where the real pain happens with laundry. All the rest of it isn't that big a deal, but the moment you get to the folding part, you're like, man, I don't want to do this. You forgot the best part, ironing. Can you actually destroy the clothes by not doing a good job of it? You fold before the laundry? Sounds pretty hardcore. I mean, hey, they at least tried something different. I'll give them that much. But, hey, you never know. Sometimes with, like, video game stuff where you just hit a button, your character goes, plop, 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 and it's just done. It's not that bad. But I could also see it being very monotonous depending on what they do. Like, especially they do, like, you walk up to the clothes, you have to, like, click and drag to, like, pull the sleeve over or whatever. I could see that being absolutely horrendous. Yours never leaves the basket. I'm a big fan of the you put all the dirty laundry in the basket, you go ahead and you wash it and all that. And then a lot of it ends up just coming out of the dryer directly to the floor. And then as you find time, you go ahead and add there. Ooh, cool! I managed to snipe the edge off of my neighbor's field. That sounds like a them problem. You're not sure if it's just me, but the pin link doesn't seem to be working. Hopefully it's working. It's working for me. It could be if you have JavaScript disabled or that. I don't know how they've got it actually implemented. Basically, it's a link that will take you... So Daredrop is the one who is giving us the keys as we accomplish these objectives. But what they do is you look at that Dared.io thing. It's just a link you click that kind of... It takes you through Daredrop and then to the Steam page. And the reason it does that is just so the developers for the game, that they can be like, hey, just so you know, this person who clicked through, who maybe didn't buy your game kind of thing, they came through this channel. So it gives credit where the person came from. Wash to the dryer, to the basket, to wear, and then back. Yeah. That was, I think it was a Talking to Tomb, that we were joking about the things that we wanted robots and AI to be able to do versus the things it actually does. So, you know, AI going after the jobs that people want to actually legitimately do, like art and all that, and music and whatnot, versus what you want computers and AI to actually do, which is do your laundry and your dishes. Which, granted, I understand to be more robotics than AI. But very genuinely, if you want to automate a job and make people happy, automate doing dishes and automate laundry. That's all I want. I'm willing to give up a lot if you could just automate those two tasks for me. You can charge a pretty steep price for that, and I would likely pay it. Even if it's like the Roomba of doing dishes, where it's like, you know, the Roomba does sweeping okay. It's not great at it. It's okay. But even if it was only okay at keeping up with the dishes, that would still be amazing. Tell the AI to design a body for itself? Yeah, it just scrape the internet and then take, you know, other designs other people have come up for and claim them as their own. That's like literally the generative AI thing is just, it's all derivative. It can't come up with actual new ideas. It just grabs the existing ideas, throws it in a blender, shakes it up a couple times, and then goes, "It's mine. I made it." Which is not really reasonable or fair. The Roomba tries its best. Your Roomba's friendship? Yeah, like the Roomba helps. Like the Roomba can do a lot of stuff. You still have to do like some touch up on certain things yourself because the Roomba can't do it. Like anything is like a wet spill or whatever, the Roomba just can't do. But yeah. Let's see, I mean the dishwasher and washing machine have come a long way since we made it. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Like, going back to getting the drying board out, where you take your clothes and you run along the board to get like the dirt and all that out of that, and then you have to put up on the clothesline to properly dry. No, we have come a very long way, where you just don't get to have clean clothes if it's been raining too much, because you just don't have a place you can really dry them out. And hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, we've come a long way, but I mean, like I said, I wanted so literally, I just chucked my clothes into a basket or into the, you know, the laundry machine, like the laundry receptacle, or whatever they would call it for an automation system. And on the other side of it, I get like clean folded clothes, and I just don't even have to. Have you seen the old ads for the 60s fridge? They had so many neat features. Well, we've got a lot of that kind of nonsense that's happened here in the 90s and 2000s and 2010s and all that. Like, fridges have been adding all sorts of wild features, and a bunch of them don't make sense, but... Like, how many fridges touted the idea that you'd be able to be like, here's my milk, you put your milk in, and it would realize you put your milk in when it's supposed to expire and everything? And it's always been touted that I'd be able to do that. Like, literally, it could be like, hey, man, that milk, you need to do something with that in the next 2 days. It's gonna get dodgy. It just knows. But all of them have had, like, either you have to do, like, manual data entry, or you have to scan the barcode, and it can only accept brands it knows, and all sorts of stuff, or whatever. So they're all close to what we want without actually achieving it. Because the thing you'd want is that literally you can go to the grocery store and be like, hey, did we need milk? And being able to, like, bust out your phone and be like, hey, do I need milk? And the fridge would be like, nah, man, you got milk, you're good. Alright, so you got spinach, peas, and peas, so those we don't want to deal with. I'm not going to hoe those fields. I'm not doing the bale wrapping. So it looks like the contracts are all garbage. We can check here. Nothing new that I want to pick up right now. We can't seed the wheat or anything else like that right now. We've got that dropped off. If you have to manually enter the expiration date, you think you'll just look at the carton? Yeah, it's exactly like that. It's like, you're so close to what we need. You're right there. You're right there, but you didn't quite get there yet. You just get that one last hurdle figured out where you can just automatically know the stuff going in there, which is, again, the big hurdle. Anyone who knows the internet knows putting the appliance on is a bad idea. There's negatives. Like, don't get me wrong, I agree wholeheartedly. But at the same time, it is one of those things that also, when you're looking at everything, there's lots of benefits to that kind of stuff. But yeah, but that would be one of those things that it can make a certain amount of sense. There's a use case there, versus when you're like, your washer or your dryer goes on. It's like, what can it tell you? When it's done. Okay. If I'm not home, where using a wireless device would help me on that, why would that matter? Versus there's at least a use case for the fridge being hooked up and being able to do that. Ooh, we can do sorghum. Alright, so out of the contracts here, the $17,000 one we can do. I can do that $17,000 one of the equipment we got. So that's good. So let's go ahead and grab that contract. Because $17,000 is some solid money. Now, if you could do your shopping list on it and send to the store and packs it for me, the store could tell it its expiration date. Yeah, there's lots, like, that's the thing. There's lots of ideas that they've kind of got closely, but the problem is you're gonna have to have like a lot of standardization set up and all that kind of thing. Like, you're going to need the grocery store to play ball, and every one of those manufacturers wants to be the one that does it. So like Samsung has its standard, LG has its standard. Like, if there was a common standard built up with all that, then we could potentially see a lot of things happen there. But then at the same time, you'd also get the grocery stores to play ball. And a lot of how the grocery stores make their money isn't really well suited for, like, they depend on you going to the store. Alright, so let's, when do I need to... Alright, well, we don't want to plant canola. We're going to go for the barley or wheat. So I can deal with that. Oh. In the meantime, let's go grab our trailer. I'm going to probably need it for this one. Sorry about that. Let's also check, is there any other contracts we want to knock out while we got going on? So I got that really big contract going for the sorghum. We got a good cultivating contract down here right near the sorghum field, which will work out really well. Yep, so let's grab you. And put you near the sorghum field for filling this thing up. Are you doing anything? Ah, that's why. Okay, that's my bad. I put in the follow the line and hopped out and was like, why are you not working? Right. Because it didn't actually, you know, do the thing that makes them work. Okay, so we've got that position, so as that fills up, I can switch over to that. And again, that's 17,000. So we're going to make over $20,000 today, which will be good. Because I got bills to pay. So work on that. I could race down here, and there was like another $4,000 for harvesting this, or not harvesting, for cultivating this field. Okay. We checked our sales prices. Yeah, it was nothing new. We do have the header trailer, which maybe would be worth me doing. But, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so even though the cultivator I'm using here is a little small for this job, because I'm also cultivating that really big field, I think it's going to be worth it for us to do this. Because how much debt do we have now? $200,000. Yep. That debt's adding up fast. And again, that's primarily that harvester. And then we also tossed the, the trailer on it. Is what that debt went to. And considering I needed a harvester, and that was getting much bigger than if I got the cheap one. Like basically, it's the same price as the cheap one, but a much bigger and higher capacity harvester. So that'll help a whole lot. We can work on paying down that debt. It's also one of those things, it might even be worth it for me to get like the next 60,000 or whatever it would be to set up the regular greenhouse as well. So I'd have both kinds of greenhouses. I'm not going to put down like 5 greenhouses and do it, but like one of each greenhouse as another reoccurring income. Because I want to say those greenhouses, if I remember from my math previously, it was both the greenhouses and the power production pay for themselves in about 10 months. I think was what my estimation was. And then after that, they just keep adding more money on top of it. So it could be worth doing that to keep supplementing our income more and more and more. Because that tile up there, 59, I don't have a ton of space on it. Like, we're not going to be fitting all of the animals we need to do for the dare drops on that one tile. It's just not going to happen. But we could get a lot of stuff on there. Some are basic, like maybe a basic production line or two. I do think another thing we'd be able to do... Oh, man. So the granary costs a decent amount. Or the flour mill. But that would be something we could then take, you know, all of our grains and just chuck it in there and have it spit out flour. And even if it sells it gradually throughout the year, there'll still be way better money than me dealing with a bunch of that as we go. That said, we also do have a granary now. We could get the chickens. And those would eventually make money. The only downside of the chickens is then I need a trailer I can haul goods with, because you can't tell them to automatically sell the animal products. And a lot of those don't make you a whole lot of money for a long time. I gotta wait till the chicken coops gets... Well, I want to get the big chicken coop, that's right. Because I figure if I'm going to bother investing in the animals, let's just get, like, the really big animal pens that handle the water and everything for you. That literally it's just giving them their feed. And we can just work on that. Because I'm pretty sure it was I didn't have to breed the animals, I needed to get the animals. But if we breed them, there are achievements I haven't done in this version of Farm Sim of breeding, like... breeding a bunch of cows, breeding a bunch of pigs, doing all that stuff. So I can set all that up. Because I also do want to work on the achievements. I think I'll do it the same way I did with Farm Sim 22, where there's a lot of the grindier achievements, like the collectibles and all that, I'll do on my own time. Alright, so with that, you're almost full. Let's go grab our trailer. And empty that out. Okay, it has done a full circuit. It's like, oh man, if it's only gone that far and it's full, that's going to be a problem. Or has it done a full circuit? Oh no, it hasn't done a full circuit, has it? It has not. Alright. That's part of why I got a trailer big enough that it could take multiple harvesters full. That's fine, it's my crop, I can't destroy it. Sorry, I can't destroy it, it's not my crop. My crop, if I go driving over, will just destroy it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, one not quite lap around was enough to fill this up. So we're going to get a lot of sorghum out of it. Now, one of the nice things about these really, really big harvest things, for those that haven't played this game a bunch, is the actual farming percentage of the whole process is 80%. The actual selling of the goods is 20%. Any extra you sell on top of it, you end up getting extra money for. So what we want to try to do is not sell more than the 20% I'm going to get out of it until we finish harvesting the whole field, because all the extra you harvest, you sell for your own personal gain. So you'll have those ones where it's like, oh, 17,000, and it'll actually end up being like 24,000 because just how much extra harvest you get out of it. If you take the time to be careful and like actually get the best you can out of it. It can be pretty good stuff. Alright, let's get this field cultivated. Okay. Is this one we're about halfway through? It'll be an extra 4,000 bucks. But yeah, so this is a good chance to make a lot of money and pay down a lot of our debt. Because I want to make sure if the next ad shows up on sale, like I definitely want to pick it up the moment that happens. Because that's probably the thing that'll save us the most in our achieving our objectives. Because it's the most expensive piece of equipment I'm probably going to buy the entire run. And then each piece of equipment I get for it will obsolete out one of my pieces of equipment. To a certain extent. It'll also be interesting as I use the Nexat and I get a little bit better with it, how much it goes. The only piece of equipment they listed there that I'm kind of head scratching as to when to use it is I've never used the slurry before. It's just the other stuff has been way less of a hassle. And we will need to use that slurry thing, which what I'll probably do is I'll just probably buy the slurry, chuck it in there, do like one pass in one place one time just to satisfy the objective, and then go back to doing the other processes. I think the way I'll have to do the clip to because when we hit finish each objective, I'm supposed to clip it for that one for like all 12 pieces of the Nexat equipment. I do think what we'll need to do to satisfy that objective is just have me using one of the pieces of the equipment and then just drive up to the other 10 or so just sitting there. Also have to see like what qualifies. We'll see. So if we look at the list here, we go down to the Nexat. We got 1, so that's 5. Yeah, so it's literally all of them. Oh my god, you're so expensive. Yeah, basically 655, and all of these have prices to them. That's fine. I also need to double check to see if we can't check the production line stuff, because I also don't know when they say, make $1 million via production chains. I still am not sure how, where we check that. We'll have to see if we go down to our statistics. Yeah, because I don't think we have a cumulative there. Yes, these are totals. This is how much we've done with all this driving time. Fuel usage, missions completed, played time, AI worker hired, stored pallets and bales. It had to be here, but this is month to month. They don't tell me, because you don't give a $ here. So I don't know how you would determine that. So like, you know, even trying to be honest with it, I just don't know how you... Oh. I was like, when do those get green? Alright, we need the trailer again, so let's go grab it. Yeah, I just really don't know how from the production change we can see the total we've made. So I'm a little dubious on what we do with that one. I think realistically what we'll probably do is we'll just add production chains and we'll just keep doing the Nexat stuff, and when we hit around $1 million earned, if we are going through almost exclusively production chains at that point, then we, like, whether or not we can demonstrate it, we can be like, hey, you know, this all got paid from flour or whatever we're doing, so we know we're good. Alright, so it looks like I'll be able to fill this up 3 times before I got drop off. All right. I am curious with the Nexat where the trailer empty point is going to be on its harvester's storage. Alright, we'll go up to the edge of the field. Drop you off there. I can finish cultivating these last 2 lines. That'll be another contract done. Okay, so basically every single time I empty it out, it's proving to be about 10% of the field done. What I should probably do is, while we've got a nice predictable amount, two harvesters full, drop that off so you can get the exact equation of how much a harvester full is worth. So again, I can bring it up to like 18% or so to try and literally max out as much as I can possibly get out of the field there to just maximize my profits. Alright, so we can turn this around and get this field cultivated, get our like 3,000-4,000, whatever it was. We'll keep that on that. Alright. Yeah, because I don't think there's anywhere we keep a cumulative here. Yeah, it's property income. We'll see. Okay, so we can go here real fast. Turn that in for its $4,000. And there's already these other ones I want to mess with. There's literally another $4,000 cultivating contract. We'll probably accept that and do that one as well. But first, like I said, what I want to do real quick is with this trailer, we can grab the trailer real fast. We'll drop off two harvesters full. We're gonna try and gauge how many percentage, like what percentage of this that is, because we want to try to avoid going over 20% of the harvesting field progress from the drop-offs for as long as possible, just to maximize the amount of money we get out of it. We might not be able to, with as big as that field is. That does happen. But if we can manage to successfully harvest the entire field, that'll work out well. And some of the things you can help your odds with that is just, one, having a bigger capacity on the harvester and the trailer. Two, I could potentially see you taking all of the crop and then dumping it into a big silo as a middle step, as a means of guaranteeing yourself the full payout. Probably by the time you're doing that, you don't care about contract payouts, though. We'll assume it's at 26%. All right. So, basically, two full harvesters is about 5-6%. So basically, we'll call it 3% per harvester for dropping that off. So with that said, we've already dropped in about 6%. So I'd take 4 more harvester fulls before we're pushing our limit on the 20%. Because we don't want to go over. Under's fine, we just do not want to go over. And considering we've already done 2 and we're about to do 3, well, it's 4 more from now, I think we'll be okay. Then I can load this up one time all the way to full. After which we then, we just let it harvest the rest of this field. Come on. I want it to actually be full for... Well, actually, no, we're talking about this... Well, I mean, it's fine. We'll just get next to it. Because either way, if we just wait for this to be full, that'll be a little under 3. Okay. Alright. Or a little over 3? Was it 28% that it stopped? No, because it's still loading up. We would have... No, actually. Yeah, so it'll be a little over 3 loads. That's fine. Alright, so let's grab that. We can go grab our cultivator. And so what I might do here is I might put the cultivator under the AI to deal with that end. And we end up taking over the harvester as it fills up, to then just drop off in the trailer manually ourselves, versus trying to drive this back and forth. I suddenly had a momentary panic being like, wait, did I drop that off in the right place? Yeah, the icon's blinking over there. I did that earlier where I dropped off a good at the wrong place and I ended up losing a couple $1,000 because, you know, technically I didn't do my job. So I got the payment for the crop I sold, but then I got dinged for the value of that crop and a little extra. Okay, so got that all set. Alright. Cool. We're riding around in there. We can go ahead and check on contracts and all. Let's see what else we've got in here. So that's cottons and carrot. All right, so we got another sorghum field, nowhere near as lucrative. And the rest of these we don't care about. The hoeing field doesn't pay enough for me to acknowledge. Yeah, so having our sorghum field would be able to get a little bit more money out of. That's fine. In the meantime, I can go here and say finances. Boom. Pay. Down to 200,000 owed. And I'll need to quickly grab myself another drink. We're about to hit an ad break anyway, so it's good timing. And I'll be right back. All right. I do wonder with all the adjustments they've made. I do remember I had sat down and done the math for each and every crop, just selling it as it is. Sorry, I just thought something I need to put on my grocery list is all. There we go. Like, I'd done all the math when Farm Sim 25 came out, that the way I did is I took, like, a really small field, and pretty much I had just gone through, and I had, like, plowed it, I had put down, you know, I had plowed it, like, limed it, did all the processes, got it all set up, turned off the seasons just to make things simple, and then I went through and one by one did each and every single crop, where I planted it, fully fertilized it, rolled it, did like the whole shebang, and then, you know, harvested it, and then sold it at like its peak time. So I went through like the whole spiel, so not counting production lines, just the crops themselves, and sold it, and did the math to be like, okay, which crops, like how lucrative and all that were there. And I remember it was the olives and the grapes were the absolute worst, like hands down. Because we're not talking equipment costs, we're just strictly talking how much gas, maintenance, and all that did it take for what I got out profit-wise. You know, and fertilizer and all that. And it was that the olives and grapes were hands down the worst, and by a fair margin. And I want to say directly above that was canola. And I know sorghum was down there as well, which was a bummer on a lot of cases. And then you had some like little one like that. After that, you had stuff here and there, like kind of all of the grains are kind of bunched up on the like the lower third, but relatively okay. But one of the big advantages of all the grains is there's a lot of production lines that can take them, so the crop value itself isn't that important. You can take that crop and then you turn around and you turn that crop into like flour and then bread. And you've already got multiple production lines there that you've got multipliers that make up the difference. It didn't account for like dollar per time or anything like that. It was just raw X dollars in, Y dollars out kind of thing. And I was doing the work myself as well, not using the workers. All right, so we are taking control here. Because now I'll be taking care of this field. But it was one of those things. And I remember a lot of the best crops were some of the most obnoxious crops to deal with. Like I remember, I think it was sugar beets and potatoes were way up there. The carrots and radishes and all those ranked pretty high. Sugar cane, I want to say, was relatively high. The rice, the regular old rice, not the long grain rice, but the like the rice patty kind of rice. I remember that one ranked very, very high as well. Now, granted, when you start getting to time considerations, that knock a bunch of those down a lot, because a lot of those ones I just mentioned are way more laborious. But I remember canola was like a very, very major outlier so far as like compared to effort-wise that goes into it. It ranked way lower. And I want to say that there's a whole thing about them that I want to say they buffed canola. Now, granted, it's been my opinion in the game that really, very genuinely, probably should be buffing the grapes and olives a huge amount. And the reason I figured that is out of the laborious plants, they're pretty obnoxious. They have a very high investment to set up. And then there's, well, it's not a big reoccurring cost to them. You do need to keep fertilizing them again, and there's like the ones you gotta like prune it. And then the harvester is kind of a pain. They are one of the more annoying crops to deal with. And so for them to be like really the lowest crop in the costs. The shakers are just weird to drive, yeah. But for them to be like the lowest paying crops by a margin, like, alright, come on, man. I'm not saying they need to be in the 1 or 2 spot, but for how annoying it is to drive those vehicles and those upfront costs and all those kind of things, I really do feel like those are crops I'd be like, yeah, those should be at least halfway up there. Maybe the bottom of the top third. Because I don't really know anyone who enjoys doing the grapes or olives in the game, and it really does feel like they need some love. And I'd say none of them have amazing production lines either. Like I think both of them, it's like one-phase production line. Well, actually, no, you can make olive oil to then make the next thing. But like their yields are kind of like, honestly, that's the big thing, is their yields are pretty crap for what you get. So the fact that they don't pay amazingly per unit, or per 1,000 liter or whatever it is, that because you get so little volume out of it, the total pay at the other side is just not good. I am curious how much the production lines shake it all up, though. Because that, when I got to the production line calculation, is like, there's so much that goes into this, I just don't feel like it. I was just trying to have some fun data for people. I was like, okay. Because part of it was, my motivation for doing is, one part is I thought people would find it interesting. But honestly, more than that, I was dealing with the planning my Survivor Man challenge run, which we didn't end up getting far enough for it to really matter that much. And then I also made it so we would just roll a random dice to see what I would grow, you know, like in order kind of thing. And it just kind of ultimately came down to it where it's like I just didn't utilize it. But for getting started for my first crop, that was the idea. Is like I was gonna have to chop trees or mow grass or whatever to get the run started. But then when it came time to plant the first field, is like, okay, but to get the run off the ground as quickly as possible, like what is the crop I should be using? And so it's doing all that stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what we did. So, what crop were we growing? I know we got to the point of growing a crop. I don't remember what it was. Because we had been doing grass, and then we did a little bit of silage, and then I just didn't want to deal with the trench silage without the proper equipment. We did a little bit of greenhouse stuff. We started growing something. Was it barley? I feel like it was barley. Because it was either barley or barley was the next one we had lined up to do. No, it was barley, because I remember whatever the next one we had rolled, I was like, oh crap, that's gonna be terrible. Was it? I think it was barley, and I think the next one we rolled was something like sugarcane. And we hadn't gotten to the point of actually doing the sugarcane, but we had rolled that we were going to do the sugarcane once I had gotten everything sorted with the barley. What map are we playing? This is the, what is it, like Sri Lanka? It's the east East European map. Alright. Our other tractor has got the AI on it, just cultivating a field. But we're working on this. Yeah, and we did this map because one of the dare drops that we wanted to do was to find all the collectibles on this map. And so I did, yeah, gotcha. It was it's a map that it originally came out towards the end of Farm Simulator 22. It's the map that came with the vegetable crops. So like the carrots, the parsnip, all that nonsense. The map is pretty good. It is another map that has projects on it. I just always forget what the heck the projects were. But, like, the map is actually one of the better maps, I think, for if you want to use a map with pre-existing farms on it. For, like, the purposes of using those. Because it has, like, a lot better gridded out. It's like we got you. Yeah, like, if I pull up the map here, and you like look at like a really large amount of the area does have farms, and you look at these and you go, oh man, there's so many like micro farms on here, which is true. But if you really look at this, I can buy all of these individual farms in this area and just make it into one big field. So I'd be like giant field, giant field, giant field, moderate sized field. You know, these would be bigger fields, that could be a big field. So you can combine, like, this can all be one field, that could be a field, that could be a field. You get the idea. And there's a lot of maps that, because they have fences and all sorts of stuff, you just really can't do that. The vegetables you'd avoid? Yeah, that is one of the downsides. Because that was the new thing for this DLC. If you look at this, vegetable, cotton, vegetable, that's sorghum, we'll probably do that. The peas, vegetable, peas. Yeah, so it looks like they actually cut back on, because, like, it used to be you do the contracts, and, like, 2/3 of the contracts would just be vegetables. Like, the carrots, the parsnip, and all that. So, I don't feel like it got, like, a bad reputation or anything like that. That'd be overly dramatic about it. But I feel like a lot of people skipped on it because they would play the new content, that check out the vegetables and go, these suck. And then they just didn't come back to the map. But it was one of the maps that they remastered and they brought back with Farm Sim 25. So when you got Farm Sim 25 at the beginning, they remastered this map and had it released with Farm Sim 25, like just in the box. You got the Riverbend map, which is the like vaguely southeastern US map. And then you've got I'm blanking on the name for it. But you've got the Eastern Asian map as well. Let's see. This was the first map you went to. Loved having 3 combined harvesting combined area in the middle, and the AI was updated so the 3 would no longer work together. And then the AI was updated. I hadn't run into problems where the AI had updates that just broke stuff. The AI in build 22 was like, there were certain tasks it could do with a certain reliability. It wasn't good at them. And then there were certain tasks, like the spraying of the fields, that it kind of just chucked its hands in the air and said, I don't know. And there was just no using the AI in any meaningful way for those particular maps. Or for those tasks. I also know the AI in build 22, if you weren't using any mods, if you were doing anything but a rectangular field with a little bit of clearance around the outsides, it just couldn't do it. It just absolutely couldn't do it. I fought with that for a while, doing my Survivor Man challenge, until finally I was like, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and just get a mod to make the AI smarter. Which is what we did. We got a mod that it basically works the way the AI part works in this. It didn't give us the GPS lines or all that, because like right now, I basically am just using the GPS. Okay, so at this stage, we're gonna switch back to the AI worker. Don't do anything ridiculous. I'll let you sort that out because I need to jump on this and I can't be in 2 places at once. So run down over here. We could turn in this contract. There's a decent contract for operating the hoe over here that I'll probably grab. Actually, I'll go ahead and grab that. Because it's literally right next to where we're going to be working. Can you write me the name on here? So as I can remember the name, so as I remember where I can check that. I want to say there is a building in here that has the name to it like that. Just tell me what it is, not the actual name of it. Oh, I know where we can check it. We go to our prices. I want to say there was one. No, it's not going to tell me at all. It just has, like, what they are as their name, not, like, the Z-Lonk or whatever. Can I have someone chat pull it up? I believe it's, like, Z-I-E. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Z-I-E-L-O-N-K-A. Yep, that's the one. But, yeah. It comes with, if you're playing Farm Sim 22, it'll come with the DLC that gave the vegetables. If you are playing Farm Sim 25, then it comes with the base game. No DLC needed. It's a good map. Like I said, I feel like it gets overlooked just because, you know, it was included with the vegetable pack. Because I'd say, like, of the new crops, the vegetables kind of underwhelmed people the most of the modern ones. It's not there's stuff wrong with them, they're just very laborious. And they're way, way, way more suited for, multiplayer than solo. Like, the AI, even, Farm Sim 25, really does not cooperate nicely when it comes to the vegetable stuff. Alright, this is in my field, so I don't have to worry about destroying the crops. Alright. So I want to keep in mind I have already put about 5 to 6% in the granary. Or the grain mill, whatever. So we do not want to exceed the 20% so we can get the full value out of this contract. So we're going to watch and we're going to try to not put any more than like 13% in there. Which I don't think this will be able to. I think at maximum this will put maybe 10% in. Because if we do that, we can get the full value from selling the excess, you know, the stuff beyond what I need to for the quest or whatever. Okay. I can drop this off. And then after that, we'll be able to, we're going to be able to go ahead and grab the hoe to sit there and hoe the other field. It's been a pretty good progress day. Okay, so we're at 62%, so let's keep an eye on it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. So we should have about 4 more percent we can put in there before it would complete the harvesting objective. Or sorry, the transporting objective. I did notice this thing lifts up enough that it causes problems inside the granary. Or the grain mill. Flour mill, whatever this thing is. It was banging into the roof of the door and everything. Alright, so we can race this back over there, drop it off. And then we'll grab the hoe to work with that. Okay, let's just generally put in the relative area where we got these crops. You'd also be curious with where I dumped the AI there in the middle of it. It looks like it's just going to miss a huge section I'm going to have to go back and do. That's fine. Alright, well I guess I will just put this in place and then we'll go and grab the wagon and empty the harvester. This is where having stuff like 2 vehicles ends up being huge. So you're gonna have one vehicle that does like the really easy tasks that don't require very impressive character. You're my 999th subscriber. I appreciate that. Because I believe at 1,000 I can start hosting people, which is YouTube's equivalent of rating. So like as it's been, I've had to just, you know, when I'm done like going to switch, like when I'm done a stream, I just have to drop the stream. There's no rating out to someone else, so I can, you know, pass the audience and onto another content creator. Once I have the 1,000, I gotta figure out how to even do that. Especially with like the workflow where I do primarily stream over on Twitch. But you know, I do support both platforms.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for subscribing for 14 months.
Thank you Darth Strider for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's get sorghum here. Is that 1,000 yet? Oh, sorry, Darth. I was talking at the 1,000 subscriber on the YouTube side, which is their equivalent of follower. Yep. So YouTube side, I'm about to hit 1,000 subscribers, which makes it so I'm able to, when the stream is done over there, I can host to someone else. I don't have a clue how any of that works quite yet. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because I also, very genuinely, I find the ability to search for live streams on YouTube to be honestly pretty worthless. It's just really, really hard to figure out like what games people are playing, where it is. I have not had good luck with it. That's one of the complaints I see a lot from people who do watch content over there, is the discoverability is pretty bad. I didn't trick you. Blame YouTube for giving the same name that Twitch uses for paid accounts over there. Well, here's a question. How do I deal with this? Normally, I'd have a forklift to just pop it up real fast. Sometimes you can drive over it. I mean, get away from those trees. What I could probably do is drive over the other side of the big wheels and then pull forward. And then the weighted tractor will roll it up on its wheels if I can get away from these trees easy. I should not have shoved it into the trees. Alright, so first we shove that way. Now the hope is I will be able to get these back tires to climb up on it. Because once I'm up on it, we'd be able to do that. Yeah, that's not going to flip up, is it? If I wedge it against something. I'm curious. Alright, that is not how I expected that to work, but you know what? It's good enough for me. Ah, physics and simulation games never change. Always be just mildly cursed. Okay. But yeah, no, the difference on the two platforms is on Twitch we have followers, which are just to like find your way back to the channel and all that. And then you got subs, which is when people, you know, throw money at the channel to continue supporting it. On YouTube you have subscribers, which is their equivalent to followers. It's just people, you know, finding the content again and again through that process. Oh, and I'm blanking on what they call the paid thing, because they do have one. It's not subscriber, it's not sponsor, not support. They've got a different terminology for it. For when people pay to support the channel on like a monthly basis. Members, that's the right, members. Yeah, it's members. Nowhere near as many people do members over on YouTube as they do like subscribers over on Twitch. It's just a different monetization model. A lot more they tend to do stuff like super chat and those kind of functionality. I would actually argue on the YouTube side, sponsorship so far as like third party and merchandise, and that ends up being way more important, and ad revenue. But I would actually argue YouTube's ad revenue is way worse in general than Twitch. We get a much significantly lower cut of advertising on YouTube. So it's kind of tougher to get off the ground over on YouTube, and then your monetization opportunities on YouTube is a lot more difficult. They need to give a jacket out that is exclusive to members. Then that membership is going to have to cost something. Because a jacket that isn't terrible isn't actually that cheap. And if it's like 10, 15 bucks, because I'm sure YouTube takes a cut. I have no idea what the percentage is. But yeah, I would be surprised. That low-key with that, Twitch has been talking about making it so that as an individual creator, that we'd be able to adjust our subscription costs. I have mixed feelings on that for a couple of reasons. One is I don't have enough information to make a properly informed decision Like, I don't have the tools or the data or anything to be able to run tests to be able to be like, okay, you know, here's the point where it's cheap enough that it's very accessible, but also I'm not killing myself financially by like making it so cheap that literally my, you know, one of my main incomes just suddenly dries up. And Twitch would have all those numbers. SMS? I mean, I don't know why your text would have information about that. I understand you're talking about a game here, but, like, you're using acronyms out of context, which means they're utterly useless. No one's gonna know what you're talking about other than me just because you use it a lot. Yeah, Supermarket Sim? Yeah. Update for the map and added a wholesale stuff. Gotcha. I don't know if I'm gonna, like, I'm not gonna say I'll never go back to Supermarket Simulator. I don't think I'm gonna go back anytime soon. I had a lot of fun with it. Just the warehouse management kind of things, and like needing to manually order stuff forever, which don't get me wrong is a key part of the game loop. It's definitely one of those games where it feels really good early game, but as you grow your store more and more, you're like, I'm just literally sitting here checking inventory and running purchase orders, like just purchasing things manually. That they're gonna need to streamline a lot of that process to allow you to keep growing and it not eventually just get tedious that you're just doing the same thing over and over again. Alright. So I got that contract done, and I did see that the harvester's almost full. Alright. But yeah, so back to what I was saying with like the mixed feelings on it. It's like, one, there's two thoughts that you go into it. On one side, you want it to be relatively cheap. That way it's not cost prohibitive, that people are more willing to spend the money on that side. And there's always an argument to be made there. But when it comes to like research and time put into stuff, there is nothing that companies put more time and research into anything else than pricing. Because it's really hard to get right. And a lot of like, you know, quote unquote conventional wisdom falls apart when you actually apply tests around pricing. I've told the story that one of the companies I used to work for, we were providing a product around education to teach you software development, that kind of stuff. And we did a bunch of testing with our pricing, where on one hand, we cut our price down to less than half. We had the price we were already using. And we also tried increasing our pricing. And we did a bunch of tests where we presented it to actual customers and all that. You know, people potentially who were going to sign up for the platform, and just compared the results. And very counterintuitively, the highest price had the highest number of people actually sign up. Not even getting into we got more money out of it. That was also true. But literally, by increasing the price, the rate we were converting, so the rate of number of people who clicked in to check out the product who then bought the product, was higher. And a big reason for that is there is a perception around price and quality. So even again, it's the same product underneath, that genuinely, to encourage people to buy the product, we had to charge more. They added security guards and janitor and customer service folks already? Yeah, no, I gotcha. So I've told that story a number of times. But, like, I can't easily do a lot of that testing. Like, I can't A/B test where, you know, I present the sub as one price in one area and another price in another area, that kind of stuff to, like, flesh things out. And for me, it's not purely about making money, but it is my bottom line, so it does matter. But again, like, it's one of those things you don't want to find out, like, hey, well, I'm going to cut the cost of subs to $2. You know, Twitch takes $1, I get $1 or whatever, you know, with a 60-40 split or whatever. You know, I'm going to make it affordable for everyone, it's going to be good. And then you get your next payout, and you've got nearly no new subs, maybe even less subs. And so now you've literally cut your revenue down by 80%. And you go, oh, I have screwed myself. Because on top of it, if you then turn the price back up, a lot of people are going to understandably be upsetty spaghetti that they signed up when it was $1. I also don't know how they're going to deal with, like, when you change the price. Will that end all of your existing subs anytime you bring the price up? Because it should. Because you don't want to sign up for $5 and the next month it's $10 and you're still on the hook for it. And in a lot of places, there's probably rules against that. At the same time, you know, you don't want to cancel your subs if you lower the price, because that would also make no sense. I really don't know how they're navigating all that. Low-key, I'm kind of hoping that we just hit like a standard like $5 or whatever it is, and just nobody changes. Because I think that would be the ideal outcome, is everyone kind of sets to a standard and doesn't fuss with it. Because I feel like no matter what other way you go with it, it's kind of an everybody loses situation. But it is one of those ones that I've been like sitting here going and seeing as the thing they've been talking about. And for the record, I don't know if it's coming anytime soon or years later. It's just been kind of a talked about thing on like from Twitch's end. And I really am curious about how that turns out. Alright, so you're field 30. You're a really small field up there, but it'll score me an extra 2,000 bucks. We're already doing this thing. Yeah. Because I could probably do is I could probably load up the last of the sorghum from this. Let's see, first thing you think, is Discord going from $9 to $15 in Canada? They don't cancel Nitro? Yeah, well that's the thing. Every country has their own consumer protection laws. Some are very strict, some are more lax, that kind of thing. And you definitely do have some countries where they have rules around if I sign up for something and it costs like $5, that I have certain obligations I have to meet in order to increase the price. And some of those are extraordinarily strict. That like literally you have to have like a signed agreement to increase the price. That otherwise you have to cancel their subscription if you want to increase the price. There are other ones that like literally all they have to do is send you an email and that's good enough. Like, whether or not you acknowledge it, receive it, they don't really care. They sent you the email by the address. That's good enough. So that varies wildly depending on where you're at. But it's likely, if that does come up, usually the way a lot of companies will approach that is quite often least common denominator. Who's got the strictest rules, those are the ones we're going to implement. That way we only have to do it once. You didn't use Discord enough to feel like you need to pay for it? Well, the Discord thing is for, I think they call it Discord Nitro. And it gives you some benefits. I'd actually say of, like, the freemium method kind of thing, it's kind of the mildest one I've seen. Because here in Germany, there's a lawsuit against Amazon Prime because they sold it as no ads for movie, and then they changed and added ads. It'll take a while, though. Yep. You think the subtle approach is the creep the price? Well, yeah, usually. But that's kind of the thing, is a lot of places will have rules that are like, oh, if your price increase is less than a certain percent, you have these milder rules. If it's over this percent, it's stricter rules. And that's also, you know, a sticker shock thing with customers. Like, if someone's paying $10, for example, a month for something, and to make it $10.50 or $11, they're less likely to make a big stink of it versus if you jump it up $15. Even if they do a thing where literally every year they creep at that amount till they get to the $15 ultimately. Yeah, the California method. Well, it's not only California, but that's usually how it works. For a lot of cases, it's the European Union for a lot of them. Like, we look at a lot of our data protection laws, the GDRP and similar legals. Like, a lot of the security we now enjoy on our data, you know, for better or worse, like, it's still not great, but better than it was. It is because we had laws like GDRP got passed in the European Union that then a bunch of U.S. companies are like, well, we have to adhere to this. Let's just go ahead and put all the work in and put a whole bunch of that stuff in place. So there's a lot of security practices and encryption and all that they're obligated to do, and certain protections for your personally identifiable information that some companies are big enough they do have multiple different implementations per location. But a lot of companies, it's just, okay, well, your data is going to get that same benefited protection regardless, because we're not going to have 4 or 5 different versions of our backend and our website to accommodate all these different countries. We're just, again, we're going to default to the strictest. But yeah, for the California example, that's usually when people are talking California, a lot of times it's talking automotive, that if California says, okay, well, we're going to restrict it so you have to have your emissions less than a certain amount. For U.S. sales, you're going to meet those amounts 99.9% of the time, because California's population is, double-digit percentage of the entire U.S. population. You're not going to give up, like, 10, 15, 20% of your potential customer base. Like, that's just too much of a slice of the pie to just step away from. So you'll make your vehicles with those requirements in mind, and therefore, again, everyone gets those requirements, like, sorted out on them. Which, again, that's stuff like environmental stuff and yada yada. Okay. So we got you sorted. And then depending on how big this field is, this could either work really well or really poorly. Because this one we're already getting a big payout. Your lawyer dealing with European data privacy is way more complicated than anywhere else. Yup. Yes, it is. I'm not a lawyer. I've only had to work on the implementing, making sure we were adhering to GDRP in our software, because I was the, developer. And after you get into a whole big thing with, your higher ups are like, well, we want to do this. Like, we can't do that and adhere to GDRP. It's like, what you want me to do right now, we cannot legally do if we want to continue doing sales in Europe. Like, we are a lawsuit away from a bad time if we do that. Oh, well, can we do it for just our US-based customers? No. No, we cannot. We are nowhere near a big enough company to have multiple instances. It's like ours. Usually it's not no, we cannot. It's like, sure, but I'll need to have the website replicated in 2 different areas with separate databases and all that. What's it going to cost you? You got about $500,000 you're willing to spend on this? No. Then don't worry about it. You're not doing it. And then even then, you got to be careful that it's real easy to accidentally go, well, we want to add this product. Oh, wait, did we consume our data from the other server nodes? Oh, we're breaking laws now. We need to address this. The telecommunications company you work for in Australia has been dealing with most parts of the world, which means we usually do any business with Europe. We must meet European standards. It's no different on how any airline wishes to operate in the U.S. but meet U.S. standards. Exactly. The only time this thing gets really, really messy is when you have multiple places, and it's usually not data privacy as much, but when you have multiple places have entirely different approaches to trying to tackle the same problem. That's where things start to get real messy, because you'll have one place that tries to tackle it with this novel idea, and the other place tries to tackle it with this novel idea, but these 2 novel ideas aren't compatible, and so you've got the company operating there going, okay, we want to obey the laws that you've set for us. But the problem we have right now is you're telling me I need to X, and over here you're telling me I need to Y, and I can't X and Y, they're incompatible. I'm willing to do either of these things. Like, we're trying to do things legit. But one of the 2 of you is going to have to give me some leeway. And usually you will get, like, special written exceptions and those kind of things for those types of cases. It's pretty rare it happens where it's, like, a big deal. But, there are those times where it's like, like here in the US for a while, we had these laws that said you are hereby required to retain all data, period, without exception, in these industries indefinitely. And then once, understandably, a bunch of companies said, hang on, we can't actually do that. Like, we are physically incapable of doing that. You're asking the impossible. And they said, okay, little more nuance this time. You must retain, for these industries, these specific slices of data for these specific slices of time. And it's like, deal. And then we had privacy laws saying that you cannot retain some of that data over a certain amount of time with certain exceptions and all that. And that did create another snafu where it's like, okay, in the US I'm required to retain that data, but over here I'm required to not retain that data. And again, usually that ends up where that's where you get like a bunch of your people who, you know, a bunch of representatives from the US and a bunch of representatives from wherever the other group is, like in the European Union, they'll sit down and be like, here's what we're doing. Okay, we'll make an exemption for this rule under this trade agreement and yada yada yada. I don't envy anyone who has to go through that thing. Like that's those ones where you're like, okay, we want to obey the rules. Please, what are the rules? Well, that's complicated. Let me get out my flowchart so that we can work our way down the flowchart to see what rules you do and do not need to obey. The common rules usually carry through, but there's definitely some wild stuff that gets in the weeds there. Heavier cases are business teams and companies doing something without really thinking about the legal. Oh yeah, no, on the dev side, just because I'm fairly informed on a lot of things, there were a number of times that I got asked to do stuff, and the person running the company wasn't trying to do anything uncouth or whatever. Where they'd be like, "Hey, can we do this?" And you're like, "No, we cannot. We very cannot. This would be directly in violation with this law. Like, not maybe gray area we're gonna skate into. It is against the spirit and the writ of the law. Like, we might be able to get away with it, but I sure as hell am not going to be the one to implement it." Because that's also right at a time about whether or not they were deciding if your boss asked you to do something illegal as a software developer and you knowingly did the illegal thing, should you be on the hook? And it was leaning more and more like, yes. Which I actually do think is fair, assuming you know that it's illegal. Which again, there's a whole power implication there that I do think regardless the company should be getting nailed hard for it. But I do think, you know, having the people actually implementing the thing, if they know what they're doing is wrong and yada yada yada, there should be consequences there as well for a chilling effect on that. But that's a whole other ball game. Very funny and informative thing is the case in Walmart and why it failed here in Germany. There's some good videos on it. I haven't read into that one. Now, see, one nice thing that comes from cybersecurity and privacy data is the larger standards and frameworks tend to be based off each other. For example, there's a lot of similarities between the US NIST framework and the European standards, which you always forget the name of. The company that's starting to make the shift for ISO towards NIST is the top Australian standards. Why did the rooster go to KFC? I have no idea. Very clearly it's going to have to do with the chickens. He wanted to see a chicken leg. Thanks. I hate it. It is what it is. But yeah, no, it's so like a lot of encryption stuff that we've had, a standard gets set in one place, and the RPrace uses it kind of as the blueprint to set up their other. There's a lot of that. Yep. All right, 1 second, chat. I need to use the restroom again, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. All right. So, somewhat related to this, let's see. Walmart basically thought we were you were waiting for them here, and operated it like they would in the U.S. And the whole thing was very expensive mistake. Oh yeah, no, that happens a number of times, especially if it's the first time a company has branched outside of their I'm gonna say their target market, that area kind of thing, because it's not even like out of the country. Like you'll have companies who start like in Florida and then they try and go to the Northeast and then they fail miserably because just what people want is different. Like the way what expectations are different. Same with like East to West Coast and all that. And they'll just take their model and they'll just bring it up there, and there's a lot of times those companies just fail because they're not selling what the customers want. Does your wife and daughter both work at your local KFC? Both keep threatening to tell you how certain products are prepared. Keep telling them that I don't want to know the bad practices they do with the unhealthy food and you enjoy eating. I enjoy making this. Aw, man. Working in food services is the easiest way to ruin food for you. It took me a while after dealing with like the soda machines and fast food to be cool with getting fountain drinks again. Those things are utterly cursed. Yeah, and like half the employee contracts are straight up illegal here. Oh yeah, no, that's you'll still find contracts here in the U.S. They'll be like, yeah, you're not allowed to discuss your wage with other coworkers, and you're not allowed to discuss your wage with your family, and all those things. And it's actually illegal to include that. Not even that's illegal. Like, it is illegal for them to not let you do that, but even mentioning it in the agreement, the signing on the contract is all that's also illegal. It is a protection we have here in the U.S. under the same policy that gives you the right to unionize, because it's real hard to organize if you're not allowed to talk about the thing you're organizing about. So yeah, like in the workplace, you are allowed to discuss your wages with your coworkers. You are not allowed to be punished for that. That's hands down protected here. You are allowed to discuss your wages with anyone who has a valid reason to know, which means your accountant can know, depending on the circumstance of what's going on. Your lawyer is someone who can absolutely know. Your immediate family is also 100% in that, probably needs to know, because if you're trying to balance the budget book, it's going to be real hard to do that if you don't know how much money the other person in your family's making. Now that said, they can go after you if you're just like, hey, person at the bar that I have no affiliation with, or a friend who has nothing to do with any of this, I make X amount of dollars in my job. I don't know why they'd go after you for that, but technically they could. Which is exactly why they don't want you to talk about it. Oh yeah. Also, so that women employees don't. Yeah, no, that's actually one of the things that happened in one of the companies past. Is I encouraged people to be a lot more comfortable talking about their wages, and we did find out one of my coworkers was being pretty wildly underpaid. Which she didn't want to make a big stink out of it. But I was the team lead, and when I found out about that, I went to my boss and I was like, here's the deal, if you want me to stay, that person's getting paid the same amount this other person that has the same qualifications are. And it's like, oh, well, you, like, that's not even your problem. Like, but it is. It really is. I'm sorry. These two people are doing the same work. They're getting paid the same. Just because one negotiated better than the other, these two are getting paid the same. I will not have this, because it wasn't like a seniority thing. They started roughly the same time and all that stuff. It wasn't that like, oh, this person was just a way better person or whatever. It's like, nah, man. Between the two of them, I'd probably take her. Like, if they did the thing, is like, hey, you can only have one of these two devs. We're cutting your department. You gotta let go one of those two. I would have picked her. I'd have picked her every time. She was just a lot more, not diligent, that's not the right word. Not focused, maybe more detail-oriented? Like, she was a lot more careful about her work. They both had about the same capability, but I would say she was a lot more a lot more aware and keeping a very close eye to make sure things didn't slip through. Not that I had, yeah, meticulous, that's the word, meticulous. She was a lot more meticulous. I didn't have problems with either of them, but with them being very close to the same as far as what I got out of them, that is something, like, that would be probably the thing that put her over the edge. But yeah, he tried to be like, no, well, like, this isn't your fight. I'm like, that's the thing. I'm the team lead. If you want to retain me, you are going to fix this. I'm not going to have you screwing around to my team and underpaying one of my members. Which is why that boss hated me and loved me being around, is I would push back need to happen, and it frustrated him to no end. At the same time, the entire team loved me for it, and in a lot of cases I saved him from himself, which also made it a whole big problem for him. I kept expecting to get fired from that job. That was like an almost weekly occurrence. It's like, yep, this is the day I push too far and I lose the job. But, you know, I'm gonna do what I think is right and all that. Let's see, you can scream your wages on the local marketplace here if you want. But they say you can't have relationships with other employees, which is super legal. Yeah, so I think in the US we've made it against the rules to tell people they're not allowed to be in a relationship with another employee at all. That said, I do believe they can have rules that you may not have a relationship between someone and their subordinate, where there's that like weird power imbalance. Or that I think you might have to disclose it or something like that. Alright, so catch up. So let's see. When your sister was working IT for the local paper, they've been there for like 6 years. They hired a new IT person fresh out of high school. She had double bachelor's, experience, multiple raises, and he started out higher than she was currently making. That was when she went to HR and was like, and then they bumped her up, making her the same. Yeah. This wasn't one of those things, but those do happen, and that's not even, it can be a gender thing where, oh, I'm gonna need to lean that forward more. I need to be like almost out of this thing. It can be a thing about gender bias and pay, but it is also a thing that does happen, with people who've been around versus people who are new. That generally speaking, raises people get are significantly lower than you get for switching jobs, and often don't keep up with the rate that the pay on jobs happens in the market by itself. In a lot of cases. It is it's especially been a problem in tech that you can stay in your current job and, get like a 2 or 3% raise, and if you're in a company who does a pretty awesome stuff, they might give you a 5, and if you're really lucky, give you like a 7% raise. Or you can switch a job and you might be able to get anywhere from like a 20 to a 100% raise. Which means what most people go for every 2 to 3 years, for a very good reason. I have doubled my pay going from one job to another before. Let's see, wait, didn't there used to be a house next to the store across the road from the starting farm? I mean, there's the little shed thing back there. If there was, I don't remember it. And pretty soon we're gonna be doing the switch over to 2 Point. That's the word. My brain was saying Take Two, and it's also going, that's just not right. 2 Point Museum. Because I have been enjoying doing like the split stream. I'm really enjoying 2 Point Museum, but I'm also a little worried if I just like literally no life 2 Point Museum, people are gonna burn out on it real fast. Let's see, you get more from Social Security than your job itself per month. That can happen, yeah. Let's see, one thing about big law firms is that they all just pay the same. If one firm raises, everyone raises, and it's all public. Yeah, well, that's also a big thing about being very public about pay, is when you all know what your competition's doing, it does have a tendency to have people's pay elevate. Because if I'm looking for a job, you know which company I'm applying for if there's a significant difference in pay. That's actually one of the reasons there's a, I think it's California and maybe Oregon. There's a couple states here in the U.S., but I want to say California and Oregon were like the big names who did it. So far as like number of people, that they passed a law that you are required to include the pay range on any job posting. And there's a lot of ways they skirt around the details on that one. But it is a thing that I really, really appreciate that, because any of the jobs coming out from that way, I can look at it, and when you see a job that says 30,000, be like, ha, F you, man. And like if you get offered way below that, that is actually something that they can get a lot of trouble for. Yeah, you start working a second job just because better pay. That's very common. That's honestly one of the most common reasons why people leave a job, is there's just, they can go to the next place and they'll just offer way more. Yeah, when she quit there and applied and got hired, it was a state-run IT group that contracts out of school districts. Fire departments didn't have their own IT person. Thanks to union rates, she literally went from making like 18 to 16 an hour. Yep. Pay $1 to $90,000. They've got more rules than just that. Like I can't remember the exact the exact writ of it, but it does require a certain amount of precision. It still has a pretty decent wiggle range though. Let's see, making $12 at one place, less than anyone else working there, mind you. And you have been there the second longest of the current set, and 17 at the other. You're not great at setting up yourself. Well, that's another reason why I like the, like when companies, again, they disclose the pay right ahead. Because it does help with so much of that. It helps people who are not necessarily as good at negotiating don't just get walked over. So if you're someone who's like, yeah, you know what, a fair day's work should get a fair day's pay. I don't like the whole thing about, you know, paying someone as little as you can get away with. I don't think that's behavior we should accept. I think very genuinely it should be a thing that's like, hey, what is the worth of this job? Like how much money does this job ultimately make this company? You know, whether direct, indirect, or whatever. I should at least get a considerable cut of that amount. Like I understand some of that is almost impossible to quantify, which is part of why it's not that way. There wasn't more I needed to do today, right? Yeah, no, we planned stuff tomorrow. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we are going to save the game, because we're getting to that point where we're going to be switching over to 2 Point Museum for the rest of the stream, because I've been enjoying that game, and I'm trying to not go too hard on either of these games where people burn out and then stop enjoying it and then start, you know, ducking from watching because I'm just not playing the game. I do find a bit of mixed content does help with that. So we're gonna go ahead and get everything flipped over there. For those watching over on YouTube, the stream will be going down on the YouTube side and coming back up. YouTube doesn't give us a good way to switch games middle stream without jacking up the entire video. So it is what it is. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes on the YouTube side. But with that said, it's gonna take me a minute to get everything flipped over. We're pushing 4 stars, do this.